I've got the music. No. No, Alvin just waiting in silence, bro. Whoops. You Alvin just sitting there, just waiting. But yeah, oh, like I'm a little bit late today because I was eating like right until now, and like way more food than usually. So we'll see if I'm like fed well today. We'll see. But hello everybody. Welcome to the stream. Both my mods here in the beginning of the stream. That's crazy. And yeah, today's a tough day for me. I'm not entirely sure if we're gonna like be able to like do the entire length of this stream, or if we might want to like switch over to like D&D or Minecraft or something like this at some point. I had a very rough night, and so I'm not there entirely, but we'll see how it goes. And Grumpy, you were the first. Yeah. Minecraft UP. I got like so many comments on my like Minecraft tutorials telling me to make more tutorials. And I'm just like, how about tutorial how to not tilt in Minecraft? Like that seems to be like my expertise right now. But maybe I gotta do something for the crowd and like get into some tech mode and do some tutorial. We'll see. And Minecraft is infested with children, brother. Minecraft, I feel like honestly Minecraft is so wholesome sometimes. Like, I don't know, like I've been playing on this like public server, and like of course you need like certain safety measures of like for example like being able to like claim your chunk and stuff so that like nobody can like steal your shit, break your shit, stuff like this, right? But it's actually so wholesome because there's so many people who are just like when you like type something in chat of like, hey, somebody has like this and that and like can sell it to me, or like you know, like wants to make a trade or something, and then they come over and are just like, nah, you can have it for free, like go sister, you got it, you know. Or like oh yeah, I like now put it in a shop, like be quick, and then it's like the cheapest price which is like possible. It's like, I don't know, I feel like I personally had like really good experiences. And there's like so many people as well who just like make certain buildings just like available and essentially like free to everybody. So one person had like a shop or I don't know, like a stash maybe you can call it, where they, so on this like public server there's like chests which are like have different loot for everybody who opens them. Um and if you can still destroy these chests, and then like the other people won't get the loot out of them. But if you like, it's courtesy and like really nice to just like not destroy them. But then like everybody can open them and get their like personal loot. Like it's not like one person is like looting it away essentially, and then there's like nothing in there anymore. And this person like all brought these chests into one specific room, and you can't just like, you know, you can't destroy them and then set them up again, but you actually have to use like one of these like weird like cards or like carry them, which is a hell of a lot of effort, okay? And they just got like, I don't know, like 60, 70, whatever, how many chests into that one room, and you can just go into it and like open all of them. And like on one hand, it's like, okay, sure, like in Minecraft also like finding the stuff is the thing which is fun, right? And to somebody like just starting, it might actually like take away the motivation to do anything because it's like netherite chests and like end chests and stuff like this. Where it's like, well, like now I have like all of this stuff I wanted to grind for free. Hmm. But I mean, at the same time, you don't need to do it, right? And at later levels, it's actually quite nice because if you look for like netherite upgrades or something, you don't have to like grind super long if you don't feel like it. Yeah. Anyways, detour in Minecraft. I see Indiana Jones. Don't worry. Oh, the fifth crazy shift in a row. Oh, damn. What's going on, Fluffy? Hi again. Everything's Thank you, Judith. This is, I would book to read to overcome myself and be another person. How do you mean that specifically? Like, describe your goal more specifically. And I have to write like one message right now, but I forgot the word. 20 staff people and you had to entertain 3.5k people. That's all right. I mean, that's good to hear. At the same time, like sometimes I feel like it's not as uncommon of a question, right? Like I feel like there's a lot of people actually who feel like they want to be somebody else or like want to change and they don't know how. But I think it's actually like really important that we don't try to be somebody else, but that we try to become the person we we would love, but sort of like with because so the difference between this is like you can like change, right? So you can make progress towards a certain goal. For example, if you feel like you're in like unreliable and that's like pissing people around you off and you want to become like a reliable, responsible person, that's something we can work on ourselves, right? Like it wouldn't mean that we want to be a different person. It would just essentially mean like we want to be ourselves, but we want to learn this skill we haven't learned so far. And sometimes though, there's people who are like where their goals are essentially so far from who they are right now that they honestly feel like I just want to be a different person. Like I just don't want to be me. And I think with having these goals, like a very big struggle is that if you can't connect the starting point where you are right now to your end goal in like a logical way of like what you need to achieve that, then it's essentially impossible to work towards that goal because you don't know what the next step is going to be, right? And because of that, it's can sort of lead you to essentially just mask and pretend like you're already at your goal instead of actually like building all of the skills to get there, but just like mask and pretend you're there. And then it's going to lead to the switch of like grandiosity and depression. Because like in one moment you're masking perfectly and you feel grandiose, like, oh my god, I've achieved my goal. I'm this super reliable person who's loved by everybody and and then the next day you don't have energy anymore because you were overexhausting yourself and masking so much, or like this lying card house maybe falls in on itself, and then you switch to depression, and then you're back at your starting point, and you notice that you actually didn't make any progress because you just pretended to be at your goal, but you didn't work on getting closer to it. This is why it's so important to see where you are right now to then be able to make out the next step, but actually like take yourself there and actually do the progress and don't just pretend to be this new person. Good afternoon, Esther. Welcome, welcome. And hi, Wampa Stompa. That's a funny name. Um, I'm doing all right. I had a rough night, and I don't know, like it wasn't that easy. Um, so I was sort of like a bit low energy, and I guess like a bit sad as well. Oh, I didn't tell you guys. We're trying to adopt a cat right now, and we send like a letter to like there's this website of like the like essentially like shelters like sort of coming together to have this website. So it's like all shelters of the entire country, and so there you can just like apply to a cat. Like they write like a very nice description about the character of the cat and everything, and then um yeah, you can just like apply essentially to the cat. And we did apply to two cats already. And for the first one, she was just taken down from the website again. Um, because apparently there's been like so many reactions that they just were like it's too many people. We're just gonna like take her down. Um, and I don't know, we apparently were too late, I guess. And then with the cat we applied for after this one, they also told us there was a person who was like faster than us who was gonna like meet the cat and see if it's a fit. And if it's a fit, then they can just adopt the one. And yeah, not us. And I'm like, I was already so invested in both of these cats. They seemed so nice. Like the character they described seemed so wholesome and so sweet. And yeah, and like we haven't applied for any new cat so far because I'm still heartbroken. Yeah. Why is the world so cruel? What is happening, Asta? Thank you, guy with I should adopt you, Grumpy. Ooh, I mean, maybe I would, but like I think you also need a visa. Kings, the stream here is about mental health, so we don't really go in depth about like questions about other topics like these if it's not sort of necessary. Also, I don't have a favorite cheese. Actually, German one called Berke. But I don't know how the name is in English, so thank you, Wumpa. The shelf we actually build ourselves. So that's also why it's not yet finished, but there's still a lot of space to fill up. No, no, Grumpy. The visa to Vietnam was also declined. Did they say why? I mean, if you're cat shaped, or hmm, damn. I hope your vacation turns out to go somewhere at least, somewhere nice. Hmm? What? Nothing? Are there regular like kittens you can look at, or wanting to adopt a child cat? Um, well, it's like I could also make an appointment at specific shelters and look at all of the cats they have there. But because we like never had a cat before, I do want to get a cat which is um like from behavior, like sort of like easy, like a beginner cat. Like I don't feel confident to like apply for a cat which has like major anxiety struggles, for example, um, or has like trauma about like certain things, or has like very like high medical demands or something like that. So and also like the cat we can like take only like needs to be an indoor cat, like it can't be an outdoor cat. So that's already like sort of taking away a lot of the options. Yeah. So this is why we usually like use this website. Um, and don't go to the shelter because in the shelters there's actually like not as many cats. So yeah. I mean you can also see it with the like cats we apply for like on that website, right? It's like there's like a lot of people who want to have cats, like honestly. Drink such a deep blue. This one? I mean the glass is blue, you know. The drink is actually just like it's a citrus drink. It's just cloudy, basically. But it's like this is water. So. This morning there was an old Karen cycling on a footpath and yelling at me. Can't walk there. I pointed at the red asphalt. What is the bike lane? I got called out kind of told to go back to my own country. Mind I'm Dutch with these roots, but I'm white. I told her she lost it. She tried to attack me. Luckily the police was close and oh my god, what the hell? That's insane. I'm really sorry you went through that, but I'm glad the police was like close by and just like were able to instantly step into the situation. But damn, like I don't know what was going on with her, bro, but she must have had like a really bad time. Like why? Like in what sort of situation are you when you just like at a like when you cycle when you yourself cycle on the footpath, then just instantly yell at a person walking there? Like you don't even like you don't even like ring the bell or like anything like that, you know, you just instantly yell at them the entire time. And then you tell a white person to like get back to their own country where it's like, bro, like you just yell it at everybody now or what? Like why like this what? This makes even less sense than like normal I don't know, it just makes no sense at all. And damn. Like that's and then making jokes about their weight, like is she in her right state of mind? Probably not. That's really insane. Yeah, I don't know what's like really. Yeah, the cyclists in Amsterdam are scary. Like in the Netherlands in general, right? But like not if you're on the footpath. Like if you're on the footpath, they like like it doesn't they're just scary if you're on the cycling lane. But damn. Like that's really annoying. But I'm so glad the police was there. Like honestly, instant karma. You're so right. So I hope you just, went to the police station and pressed charges. Yeah, that's amazing. Like I hope she like gets some consequences and is gonna think of her way of life because what the hell? Like I hope she gets help because she apparently needs it for sure. Doesn't seem socially adjusted at all. So yeah. But you did it, Asta. You went for it, you lived. And I hope you take nothing she said into account. Like, she was clearly not in her right mind. Like, this wasn't about you. And I hope you don't think it was. Like, she just wanted to be mean, and you were the person she saw first. So I hope you can just laugh about the like ridiculousness of that situation and don't take it serious. There's no such thing as a beginner cat in my experience. I mean, it's like a difference if you get like a deeply traumatized cat or like a cat which went for a car crash, right? It needs like heavy medical attention versus like a regular healthy cat which like lived in a normal home before, you know. Looks like power, right? Thank you for the follow, by the way. But definitely, I think like social media is part of it with the echo chambers. But it's not only social media. There's actually like a really nice book about it. So first of all, I'm reading like a new book right now, actually about fascism. But this the first book I read about like fascism and humanism is actually really really nice, I think, and it talks about this changing of society's values, essentially. And it's called To Fight Against This Age by Rob Riemann. So if you ever feel like reading, it's a really, really great book. It's one of my favorite books ever. And I feel like it's really nicely talking about how society is changing and why it's changing. And it's already like, I don't know, I think like 10 years old or something. But it fits so well to the situation we have right now. Not gonna lie, I cried when I came up. I'm sorry for you. This can be like, this was like a really, really scary situation. Like, even if it's just like this old lady attacking, right? Just receiving so much hate is really scary. Nobody wants to be a bad person like this. And I think sometimes we just question ourselves, like, what did we do wrong so that a person can hate us so much? But you didn't do anything to deserve this hate. Nobody deserves this type of hate. Maybe there's somebody you can get a hug from, your dog, or I don't know, maybe somebody from therapy. I don't know, I feel like we have to wait until I can step through the screen and hug you all in person. Then we would always do group hugs. Really big group hugs. Oh, I don't know. Maybe you can imagine this really big group hug, Asta. I don't want it to affect me, but it really hurts. In a weird way, right? I feel like sometimes when we've gone through a certain experience, the echo of it still haunts us. Or it can feel like it. But it usually just does because we still feel the pain from back there. And I don't think this I think probably this experience, gone through with a woman just brought up all pain of being hated, attacked, rejected. And I hope you can have grace with yourself. I hope you can understand why this is so scary to your body and to your mind. And why this hurts so much. And even if it would be nicer if it would hurt. Have grace with yourself that it doesn't. Like maybe there's something you can do for yourself to make yourself feel better, Maybe there's this, like we talked about the inner child and the adult mode before, right? Your inner child is hurting right now. And I hope you can show it that it's loved and wanted, and then it's gonna be fine. Maybe you can treat yourself to some special food or a special drink. Or do something you looked forward to. Like you would help a child who's hurt in that. You would hug it. You would let it cry. As long as it needs. You would just be there. You would try to, I guess, pull the attention slowly away from that topic to something it can look forward to. Like ice cream or playing with the dog. You're going to make green curry cauliflower soup for dinner? Is that something you look forward to? Something special for yourself? What do you mean, Wumpa? Wumpa Stompa, what do you think is racist? Yes, because it's expensive to make it. Like a big chunk of my week budget. Why is A-star racist? What? Yeah, I don't see it either. Like there, like if there's like any type of evidence, like for sure, we're gonna look at it. But uh at the moment you're just throwing around names. So we would like some evidence or some explanation for why you think that way. Wumpa, why? Like we want to take you serious, but we don't understand. Like I haven't seen anything about Aista so far, which is concerning in that regard at all. Do that, Asta, do that. Like you were asking about the Discord, so the only thing I can think of is that Asta's profile picture, he doesn't have hair on his head. And if that's the only evidence, then that's pretty bad evidence. We can't help you if you don't tell us why you think that way, Wumpa. Like there's no way to like if it's a misunderstanding, explain the misunderstanding or do anything to like solve the situation. Like even if it were true, you're not giving us any evidence. And you do understand that we would need evidence, right? Like if there would be like personal DMs to you or whatever, like we're happy to take action. We just need evidence. Right? Yeah, I know, Asta. Like we haven't gotten like any evidence so far. Hi, Royal Ribbons, welcome, welcome. Like I don't know if that's like the reasoning, Asta, right? Like that was the only reasoning where I could come up with any sort of reason. Like I didn't get any reason from Wumpa so far. So like the only context available to me is that the message was like Wumpa said, "What is the Discord?" And then Asta answered to me on my question with going to make curry. cauliflower soup for dinner. And then Wumpa was like, is this a racist channel? Where it's like, how? Why? Huh? I don't understand. Like, there's, like, I don't think it can be anything from the Discord even. Because Wumpa Sumpa, like I see right now, hasn't even joined there. So I don't even think it can be because Asta is like bald on his profile picture. So then it would need to be something, which happened here in the stream. But the only thing Asta said is that he's gonna make green cauliflower soup for dinner. And then you explained why it's a special dish. So I don't know, like I would really like I want this to be a safe space for everybody. But if Oompa Stoompa is not giving us any information, we can't do anything. Like, so and sort of the sad thing is apparently to Oompa Stoompa it's like super obvious. Because when I then like ask like, okay, like why would you think that? He's just like question mark what? But then with the next message, he just talked about what is Craygram. So apparently then it was about something entirely different. Instantly. And like the topic was over. And now Oompa Stoompa is just gone. So yeah. Yeah. Like it sounds like trolling or like a big ass misunderstanding. Where like there's like depending on like how deep into social media you are, right? There's like a bunch of stuff, for example, where like groups of people use synonyms to describe something else, right? So there's like there's some like a friend of mine actually told me about like some conspiracy theory that were essentially like beef jerky and like McDonald's was used to talk about like human flesh. Um, and like something like this can be used, and if a person is like really deep into that rabbit hole, right? They might get the idea that everybody is talking about beef jerky now definitely means this thing and like nothing else, right? Because for sure, like everybody knows. The thing is, not everybody knows, right? So there's still gonna be people like at the supermarket who are gonna like ask the cashier of like, where's the beef jerky? And just want to buy a beef jerky, right? So there's like there can be insanely big misunderstandings coming out of nowhere, essentially. Just because we will always think from our perspective, right? Like we won't really be able sometimes to see the perspective of other people. And this is why like being open to other people's perspective and being open to them explaining you their perspective is so important. So like yeah, like I don't want to like seem like harsh here or whatever, but like if you ever have a problem with this stream or in the Discord or like in this community in general, like we do need evidence, right? Like if there should be consequences, we do need evidence. That's just a fact because there's gonna be trolls in this community. There have been trolls in this community. We can't just take your word for it. Like we do need evidence. There's always stuff you can do for yourself. If there's like if you haven't gotten evidence, but you already like don't like a person, you can, for example, like mute their messages, and then you just don't see their messages in the chat anymore, but you will still be able to take part in the community. Maybe you will see it here or whatever, but for example, in the Discord, you will just like not see their messages anymore. And that's a thing you can do for yourself. Apart from that, just we need like a screenshot or just like something really, like some logic at least, some perspective at least, to see where that information or opinion is coming from. To even be able to understand it for ourselves, right? Because like, yeah, now it's like, okay, there's been the essentially the conclusion has been made that like, okay, like Asta's racist. But there's like not like I don't see Asta being racist. So I don't like I can't understand that opinion right now. Like there's like I tried to like check on the Discord and was like, okay, I guess he has a profile picture where he's bald. Maybe, you know, that's something where like a person could like misinterpret that or something, right? I think that we're referring to as the misspelling of Chunk. But that's the thing. Before, like, he was being called racist before that already, right? Like, after, like, he said, like, is this a racist channel? Oof. And then, like, Asta said, like, yes, because it's expensive to make it. It's like a big chunk of my week budget. And yeah, then it was like, okay, he's very fucking racist, right? So it's like a thing where, like, there's no way how we can understand. So it's like, yeah, you know. But then later on, I saw that like Wumpa didn't even join the Discord, so he can't have seen like Asta's profile picture or whatever. So yeah, I just got in. Yeah, no worries. But it's I don't know. Like there's no explanation, so there's nothing we can do. There's nothing even Asta can do. Like Asta can't explain out anything or whatever because he doesn't even know what he did wrong, right? So yeah. So for us right now, sadly, it's honestly it has the same amount of influence like a troll would. Because there's nothing to take it serious with. Because there's no hint of information we can go off of to understand the situation. So yeah. Well, Asta, you know what you are, and that's the most important. And I hope you're doing fine. You already had a pretty rough day. Yeah. Like Fluffy, if you could, if you could just like DM Wumpa about like what the hell they meant. Because like this is supposed to be a safe space, right? But it's just there's nothing we have to go off on. And there's nothing we can fix and if we don't understand the reason. Like there's not much responsibility we can take if there's no information on our side. Oh. And I think apart from that, I would like if there's nothing coming back, then I would still ban Wumpa. You know? Because it's essentially the same end result as a troll. Like if there's no possibility to talk about any of it, if there's no possibility to resolve any of it, this is harming the community because it already has like hurt Asta. What's the subject topic you're talking about? Well, yeah, right now it was this happening, right? And before we were actually talking with Asta about how we had a really shitty experience actually today of yeah, being like yelled at, cursed at, and attacked on the street from an old granny. As like, was it an old granny or an old lady or like some cyclist? You've been called a racist because of being bald. Bald, I mean. Now, may I ask you a question on a mental health topic? Yeah, for sure. Go for it. Yeah, I feel like sometimes if you're like so far into like a certain group, right, Asta? Like I was saying, the example of like when you're like really like into that rabbit hole, um, then it can seem to you like everybody knows what like this sort of is about, and like everybody would like have the choice to like say that or don't, and like intentionally does like adhere to this sign, right? But like specifically with being bald, it's like, bro, this is a really bad sign. Yeah. I think this is a really nice view on life. Because definitely, like, the ups and downs are part of it. It's not a straight line. Takes pretty curvy. And everything about that is just life. Yeah. That's the shiny ball. So, animal rights, what type of question did you want to ask? Is that a small time with a granny? Aw. Relationships. The way the world is today, very few people try to build something to last. Everything is just a throwaway once used to feel. Is this me being pessimistic or just myself in a depressed state? So I do feel like that we have a bunch of people with problems, right? I do think that the general societal direction we're going, where like people are just really tense about what's going to happen next politically. And I honestly think that's low key on the entire planet. Like, there's so much tension between governments and so many things happening that I do feel like it's probably a objective opinion to say it's people are like tense and scared to see what's going to happen next, and that's going to influence them. And I do feel like that, for example, like with social media and stuff like this, negative news are more prominent. And there's just so many news because we're like globally connected, right? That because people look for help, there's so many like calls for help we receive. and this can sometimes make you like put you already in a sort of negative headspace. So I do feel like it definitely could influence our everyday life and relationships and everything like that. But I do think that there's definitely still people who want to build something which lasts and who don't just like throw away people, but who actually are looking to people to hold on tightly, maybe even more tightly than normal. So I feel like depending on sort of the coping styles we have, it's this fear or more elevated sense of fear can either make us pull back easier and faster, and then, yeah, like let people go, cut people off quicker than before because we don't feel like we have the capacity. Or it can make us cling to people way more than before because we feel like we desperately need them, right? Good night, too. Thank you for being here. Good on you for fixing your sleep schedule. So I feel like maybe it's a bit of both animal rights, you know? Like possibly it's a bit more that we're like on the like from like being like a more average curve of like this, going a bit more into the like the extremes are more than the middle ground. Some people cannot be helped. And for years on and off with someone who I helped get off of drugs, drink to be sacked of twice for old friends, went back down the same drug path with his so-called friends. What point do you give up on someone? Sorry if I'm into detail. I think you give up on somebody if your boundaries are not being respected. Like if there's no cooperation to maintain like your boundaries and their boundaries and like to make it work, you know. Money Crow Twigs, do you have like is that a language barrier thing? Like, do you want us to actually explain the meaning of the name, or what specifically are you asking here? Because this could be interpreted kind of rude, actually. Like, so, you know? So it would help us if you sort of, okay, what like XOXO means? Actually, yeah, guys, actually, I don't know. I know it's like it's sort of like an old thing, from when was it? Hugs and Kisses? Ah, yeah, okay. But it's like it was like in school time, I think. Definitely a few years, yeah. Okay, so coming back to back to animal rights messages. Just to, you know, diffuse on any situations because like why animal on the right though? Animal rights is like well, yeah. It's just like fighting for rights of the animals. For example, if like how they're being like harmed essentially, like if they have like good conditions, and stuff like this. Like there is a lot of quite cruel methods to get animal products. Have you not heard the term animal rights so far, or? Hi Jarb, welcome. What does that mean? Like don't eating meat? I guess it like sort of depends on the person what it means. Like for some people, it definitely entails being like vegetarian or vegan even. But for some people, it's also just the fact that like if we do farm them and like the animal products we do get from animals, we want the animal in question who's like gonna die for this product to have a decent life and a decent death. Because there's some like really cruel methods how to get these products, where the animals are yeah. Yeah, but it's the way we eat animals. So like yeah, like for some people like they turn vegetarian or vegan because they actually don't really like they can't, you know, it's not worth for them. Like they just feel like I rather like have the animals be alive and like only eat like vegetarian or vegan products. And nowadays that entirely works and we have the possibility to do that, right? Because we don't need to like hunt and like if we can't find enough berries and whatever, then well, it needs to be an animal, otherwise we die. But we just have a supermarket, right? Like we can easily just buy like vegan or vegetarian products. Um, but yeah, again, like for other people, it just means that the way we kill them is humane. Like the way we farm them is humane. So, for example, it can be that with chickens, that we want the chickens to like live on like on some grassland and have actually like grass under their feet, see the blue sky, you know, like have a decent amount of space and like be healthy instead of being like caged up in like metal cages and like hurting their entire life, never being able to like walk or um yeah, you know. I mean, this goes then like very in tune with that, right? Because yeah, like a lot of the animals, like you probably like know a lot about this as well. Like there's a lot of like cruel methods where like the animals suffered their entire life until they died, to the point where actually they have like so many stress hormones in their bodies that it's arguably not even healthy. Or they have like super many like got like super much medication and stuff like this, where like you as like the person like um eating the animal like then also get stuff of that medication. So yeah, seems you're actually sort of like in the same boat as animal rights. That like the animals shouldn't suffer before they die. But yeah, like if you can, it would be really helpful if you phrase your questions a bit more sort of like positively, that the person knows that you're not trying to um like that you're not like ridiculing their opinion or like think they're wrong, but that you're actually curious about what they have to say and like why they think that way. Let's go, Drago. I hope it's gonna be nice. So, we're gonna go back um, to answering the last question of animal rights or mental health. Um, just don't be soft. I'm not here to hurt anyone. Just have a talk. Well, here are very many sensitive people because it's a mental health stream, right? And also,
俺の朝は、おはよう、藤君。やたら眩しい。おはよう。藤君、今日はお仕事？昼前には出ないと。じゃあそれまでに。 それまでに一郎くんと付き合い始めて、もうすぐ半年が経つ。相変わらず一郎くんは天然でエロくて、朝から忙しい。甘い。すげえ甘いわ。
藤君、甘いのダメだっけ？
いや、別にそういう意味では甘いけど。はい。
どういう意味？
いえ、一郎くんはお昼からだっけ？仕事。
またお店寄るね。藤君に会いたいし。
今会ってるよ。
あと女の子がくっついてないか監視。
なあ、何それ、ないない。一郎くんじゃあるまいし。
藤君気づいてないだけでモテてるんだよ。最近よく来てる女の子いるじゃない？絶対藤君狙いだよ。
どこ見てるの、一郎くん。
花ちゃんだってさ。
花ちゃん？なんでそこで花ちゃん？つうかパリに帰ったんだよね。あいつマジで。
藤君、花ちゃんって呼んでるの？
いや、一郎くんがそう呼んでるから。何？なんか凍った。怒ってる。なんで？てか、あんま似てないよな。あの性格じゃ当分彼氏なんて無理だな。俺、一郎くんでほんとよかったわ。
写真。あるよ。待ってて。
はーい。怒ってない？
はい。
うおー。人形。
こっちが僕で、こっちが花ちゃん。可愛いでしょ？フランスにいる祖母の田舎に行った時で、その日は収穫祭があって、父さんがワイン飲みすぎちゃって大変だったんだ。父さん酔うと陽気になるから、花ちゃんがすごく嫌がって避けちゃって。
なあ、そうだ。また挨拶しないとな。忘れてたけど。
そっか。でもしばらくこっち来ないって言ってたよ。僕も藤くんちのお父さんとお母さんに挨拶しないとね。
ああ、そうだね。
藤くんちは？藤くんは小さい頃どんな子だったの？
普通だよ。
普通って？
うちは一度親が離婚してるから、それ以外は普通。
そうだったね。
母親が再婚してからは、あんま家帰ってないからわかんないや。そろそろ時間だから。
行ってらっしゃい。
じゃ。
はい。もしもし。
もしもし、マキオ？
間違い電話？藤君の携帯だ。
もしもーし。
藤君の名前。
マキオ？いないの？
マキオ、呼び捨て。どちら様ですか？藤君は今出かけてますが。
あら、そうなの？ごめんなさい。私、マキオの母ですけど。マキオいつ頃戻ってきます？
ただいま。
おかえり。
帰ってたんだ。一郎くん今日店来なかったけど、どうしたの？
いろいろあって。
いろいろ。飯食べた？
サバの味噌煮が食べたい。和食が好き。
はい、ちょっと待って。
それでね、藤君携帯忘れてたよ。
それでね。そうだっけ？
でね、明日お母さんが来るって。
お母さん？一郎くんの？急じゃね？
違う、藤君の。電話かかってきたから間違えて出ちゃったんだけど、感じのいい人だね。明日楽しみだな。藤君のこといろいろ聞いてたら、お店寄る時間なくなっちゃった。
勝手に出たの？
何かまずかった？
いや、なんか言ってた。
元気ですかとか、ちゃんと生活できてるかとか、久しぶりなんだってね。お母さんも楽しみにしてるって言ってたよ。
別に俺は会うって言ってないだろ。ごめん。
でも、うちに呼んじゃったよ。
なんでそんな勝手なこと。 いや、つうかまさか付き合ってるとか言っちゃってたりとか。
それは言ってないよ。同居してるものだって言ったら、会ってみたいって言われたから、じゃあ3人で食事でもって。ダメだったらごめん。
いや、ダメじゃないけど。大丈夫。ごめん。また俺からも連絡してみる。
すみません。
はい。
お会計お願いします。ごちそうさまでした。また来ます。
ありがとうございました。
ねえねえ、今の人最近よく来るよね。綺麗な人。
そうだっけ？
うひょー。藤君に気があるんじゃないの？チラチラ見てるし、レジも狙ってたし。
お前まで何言ってんだ。
私以外にも言われたの？すいません。
オーダー。
はーい。いらっしゃいませ。はい、一郎くん。
こんにちは。
あれは見てたな。さっきの。目が笑ってない。そういや連絡すんの忘れてたの。めんどくせえ。
いらっしゃいませ。
いらっしゃい。
マキオー。よかった。ここで会ってたわね。ちょっとね、マキオー。藤君、オーダーお願いします。
誰かな？
藤君呼ばれてるよ。マキオ？こっち来ますよ。
マキオくん呼ばれてるけど。
どこだ？席いいかしら？
いらっしゃいませ。
ちょっと聞こえないよ。お客様、
何しに来たんだよ、ババア。つうかなんでここが。
誰がババアよ。久しぶりに会う親に向かって、その口の聞き方は何？そんな子に育てた覚えはないわよ。それにしてもあんた、全然連絡よこさないで。
お母様、どうしてこの店が分かったんですか？
同居の子に教えてもらったのよ。驚かしてやろうと内緒にしてもらってね。これ美味しそう。でもこっち、どうしよう。
一郎くん。
いい子ね。後で紹介してよね。何かあんの？
いや、なんでも。
やだ、かっこいい。爽やか。なんかやってるけど。
余計なスマイルを、たらしめ。
ねえねえ、何？誘われちゃった？私。旦那がいるのに困っちゃうわ。やだ。やっぱいるのね、あんな子。
誘わねえよ。あれ、一応同居人。つか、居候つうか。
何よ、早く言いなさいよ。
ちょっと、おい。
こんにちは、一郎くん。相席いいかしら？
一郎くん、もう自己紹介してんのか？
こんにちは。藤君のお母様ですね。昨日は長々とお電話すみませんでした。
やだ、思ってたより全然かっこいい。こんなことならちゃんとした格好で来るんだった。もう髪ボサボサで。
お母様もお綺麗ですよ。
やだ、ちょっと聞いた？お母様だって。
おい、あんま変なこと言うなよ。一郎くんも。
変なことって何よ。あんたさっさと仕事戻りなさいよね。ほら、呼んでる。
おーい、藤君。くそ。
そうは。改めまして。マキオがお世話になってます。昨日はこちらこそお電話してすみませんでした。同居といっても居候みたいに押しかけてるようで、ご迷惑おかけしてませんか？
いいえ、とんでもないです。僕こそ彼にはよくしてもらっていて、僕にはすごくもったいないな。
もったいない？
いえ、なんでも。危ない。
でもよかった。一人暮らしし始めてからめったに帰ってこなくて心配してたんです。私がずっと働きに出てたから、 昔から料理はそれなりにできてるけど粗雑でしょ？一人で大丈夫かなって。でも、ちゃんと仕事もやってるみたいだし、かっこよくなっちゃって、まあ。
僕もそう思います。
あら。
はい。
一郎くん次はお姉さん系ね。ねえ、マキオくん。うふふ。楽しそう。
マキオくん、これお願い。
それで。
何話してんだあれ。異様に盛り上がってるけど。マジでうち来んの？
あんたんちじゃない、一郎くんち。
はいはい。一郎くんちでした、すみません。
キャー、何よこのマンションは。あんた家賃払えてんの？
いや、一郎パパのだから。
何このセキュリティ、は
ぁ？うるさい人でごめん。
どうして？楽しいよ。藤君は嬉しくないの？
めんどくさいだけだよ。
一郎くん30なの？てっきりマキオと同い年かちょっと上かと思ってたわ。どういう接点で同居することになったの？
まあ、一郎くんが店の常連だったから、それで仲良くなってって感じかな。ね、一郎くん。
そうです。間違いではない。
へえ、あんまり共通の話題なさそうだけどね。でもこの子いると邪魔でしょ？彼女とか連れ込めないじゃない。まさかいないなんてことないだろうし、一郎くん。きっと美人な人なんでしょうね。何してんの汚い。
そうですね。でも、あんまり気にしないかな。もう連れ込んでるし。
そうなの？心広いわね。邪魔だったらさっさと追い出していいからね。で、あんたは？
何が？
何がって彼女よ。いるの？いないの？高校の時はいたでしょ？ほら、おとなしそうな可愛い子。
いや、その話はいいや。ストップ。
その話もまた詳しく教えてください。
オッケー。
もって一体何話してんの？
で、どうなのよ、ね
え。一応いるっちゃいるけど、目の前に。
そうなの？どんな子なの？
まあ、綺麗な人だよ。
へえ、写メとかないの？見たい見たい。
しつこいな。
一郎くんは会ったことあるの？ここに連れてきたりとかする？
ありますよ。
ほんと？どんな子？かわいい？
容姿はどうかわからないですけど、ちゃんと藤君のこと大切に思ってる人ですよ。きっと世界中で誰にも負けないと思いますよ。
何言ってんの？
本当のこと。
そう、よかった。小さい頃お父さんいなかった分苦労かけたから、結婚して子供できて幸せになってくれたらそれでいいわ。
もう帰られるんですか？もう遅いし泊まっていけば。
ごめんね、明日仕事あるし。一郎くんとはまた会いたいな、個人的に。
はい、喜んで。
キャー、嬉しい。ご飯美味しかった。
母さん、今日なんか用あったの？
別に。顔見に来ただけよ。お父さんも会いたがってるし、あんたもたまには帰ってきなさいよね。
これでよかったのかな。いつか話さなきゃいけないのに。
藤君、大丈夫だよ。僕はお母さんに会えただけで嬉しかったよ。
一郎くん。二人っきりだったらきっと何話したらいいかわからなかったから、一緒にいてくれてありがとう。
いっけない、私ったら。ごめん、携帯忘れちゃってた。
見られた。 ちょっと待って。母さん。
お見送りご苦労。じゃあまた。
待て。ちょっと。
一郎くんと？そうなの？
お母さん、携帯。
騙すつもりだったの？バレなきゃいいって？信じらんない。そんな子に育てた覚えはないよ。よりにもよって男同士とかありえない。
俺だっててめえに育てられた覚えはねえよ。ずっとほったらかしてたくせによ。
ほったらかしてたわけじゃないわよ。あんたを育てるためでしょうが。
帰ってきても酒ばっか飲んでた奴に言われたくねえよ。
はあ？あんただってずっと外で喧嘩で散々迷惑かけといて、私がどんだけ謝りに行ったと思ってんのよ。
誰も頼んでねえよ。
なんですって？あんたふざけんじゃないわよ。
知らねえよ。てめえはいつも
あんたなんか。
うるせえよ、黙れ。
ちょっと、二人とも落ち着いて。
うるさい。外野は引っ込んでな。今日は帰るわ。
藤君。ごめん、なんか。
昔から顔を合わすとあんな感じになっちゃうから。だから会うの嫌だったんだ。大丈夫かなって思ってたけど、ついカッとして。
男同士とかありえない。
大丈夫だよ。お母さんも急だったからびっくりしちゃっただけだよ。ちゃんと話せば分かってくれる。
ありえないって。男同士はありえないってさ。それでもあの女の肩持つの、一郎くん。
あの女って、そんな言い方しちゃダメだよ。僕は気にしてない。仕方ない。
一郎くんにはわかんないんだよ。うちみたいなのはさ。ごめん。風呂を入れてくる。
いらっしゃいませ。一郎くん。やっほー。ねえ、一郎くん。藤君と喧嘩でもした？もう超朝からテンション低くって。
藤君？
うっす。
いや、そんなことは。
そっか。
カフェモカ一つ。
はーい。ねえ。
あ？
一郎くん来てるよ。カフェモカ一つ。
ああ、知ってるけど。
そういや、昨日の女の人。オーダー行ってこよう。こりゃなんかあったな。
ダメだ。何引きずってんだ俺は。仕事。一郎くんが、なんで、平気そうに笑ってられるんだろう。あんなこと言われたのに。ただいま。
お帰りなさい。
今、飯作るね。
大丈夫。今日は僕が作ったんだ。
嘘！台所が大惨事に？
大丈夫。レトルト。今温めるね。
それ、作ったって言わない。そのままレンジはダメ！いただきます。
美味しい？
美味しい。レトルトだけど。
よかった。これで藤君、元気出してね。
俺が作ったんだけど。俺、もしかして気使われてる？一郎くんが？
また作るね。
ありがとう。何やってんだろ俺。一郎くんに気まで使わせて、一緒に怒って欲しかったのかな。俺は。
藤君。藤君。お風呂空いたよ。
一郎くん、ちゃんと拭いて、髪。はい。
藤君。大丈夫？
大丈夫だよ。
本当？
もう風呂行く。
お母さんからは連絡あった？
もういいじゃん。別に許可がいるわけじゃないし、今さら親にどうか言われる筋合いはないよ。
でも、お母さんと仲直りした方が。
うちの問題だから、一郎くんには関係ないことだろ。風呂。
関係なくない。このままにすると、きっとこの先ずっと、君はわだかまりを残したままになってしまう。僕と一緒にいたら、それを思い出すことになる。
一郎くん。
僕には子供ができないから。
何？
お母さんの言う幸せとは違うのかもしれない。
何の話？一郎くん。
だから、他の人と結婚して子供作ってもいいよ。
何言ってんの？
そしたらお母さんも喜ぶし、藤君とも仲直りできる。
何？親なんかのために別れたふりしろってことかよ。
僕は別に結婚とか興味がないし、そばにいたいけど、藤君が構わないなら大丈夫だよ。
意味わかんねえよ。なんでそんなことしなきゃなんねえんだよ。俺がいいなら、本当にそうすると思ってんのか？自分のもんだとか言っといて、一郎くんはそれで構わないって？ふざけんな！じゃあそうしようか。一郎くんは愛人で、偽装結婚でもしたら母親は喜んでくれるって。
藤君。藤君、おーい。オーダー間違えてたよ。
マジか、ごめん。
そのままでいいって言ってくれたからよかったけど、後でサービスつけとくね。藤君が間違えるなんて珍しいね。
ごめん。
大丈夫だよ、気にしないで。
謝んのは、一郎くんにだろ。
他の人と結婚して子供作ってもいいよ。
だって、あんなこと言うから。
今日一郎くん来ないのかな？いつもならこの時間には来るのに。
そりゃ、嫌んなるわ、一郎くんも。
あ、一郎くん、バイバイ。
おお、憂いのある表情もまた素敵だ。美しい。こんなところで会えるなんて嬉しいよ、伊勢谷くん。
二階堂先生、いらしてたんですか？ 教授に何かご用でも？
ああ、ちょっと週末の学会について相談をね。いやー、会えてよかった。前回は邪魔が入って君とのデートがダメになってしまったが。
邪魔？あの後、花ちゃんと、そういえば。
ああ、なぜか一日中振り回されてしまってね。今まで味わったことのないひとときであったよ。そうだ、あの時に話していた。ただいま。一郎くん、まだか。って、ほっとしてる場合か。でも、顔合わせづらいよな。いや、俺が悪い。謝らなきゃ。
本当は仕方ないことだって分かってる。
あんなことを言わせた自分が情けなかった。何かを思ってあんなこと言い出したんだろうから、多分。あの独占欲が強い一郎くんが、だぜ。考えられん。一郎くんか、
二階堂先生にお会いしたので遅くなります。また連絡します。
はくそ。
ただいま。起こした？ごめん。
遅かったね。
ちょっと二階堂先生と久しぶりにお会いして。それでね、今週。藤君。
それで、そいつと楽しんできたの。一郎くん気持ちよくなると流されちゃうもんね。
待って。藤君。いた。藤君。
独占欲。俺、ソファーで寝るから。
藤君、なんで？
強いのは、俺の方だ。今、一郎くんのそばにいたら何するかわかんないから。
何しても大丈夫だよ、僕は。
一郎くんが良くても、俺がダメなんだよ。一郎くんは傷つけるから。しばらく、ここは出てくよ。親のことも、一郎くんのことも、頭、冷やしてくる。
ありがとうございました。今日も一郎くん来なかったな。これは喧嘩か？珍しい。
よーし、じゃあ片付けしよっか。
はーい。
昨夜は出てくっつったけど、どこに泊まれば。立ちんとこか、急すぎか、ホテルか満喫か。こういう時どうせって難しいな。
お疲れ様でーす。
おう。
藤君。何その荷物？どっか行くの？
マスター！
何？いやー、びっくりしたよ。急に何かと思ったら止めてくれとか。まあ、明日休みだしな、店。
ほんとすんません。いきなり。家に帰れない事情がありまして。
いやいや、僕はいいけどね。遅いから静かにね。
おう。
ただいま。元気にしてましたか？
そうだった、赤ん坊。
帰ってくるといつもなんですよ。
すみません、突然。
どうぞどうぞ。これお着替えね。
お構いなく。
それにしても大きくなって、背高い。
何が？
ほら、高校生の子でしょ、バイトの。ちょっと不良っぽい。
そうっすね。やめて。
ほら、あなた。もう寝てるんだから。
もうちょっとだけ。
最初の父親のことはよく覚えていない。
お父さんは？お父さんは遠いところへ行っちゃったんだよ。遠いところにさ。もう会えないの？大丈夫。私がついてから。ね。
とか言っといて。家に帰ると誰もいないことがほとんどだった。立ち会いだけど、一人でいることに慣れすぎていた。
おかえり、マキオ。あんたまた学校サボったんだって？いい加減にしなよ。誰が金払ってると思ってんの？
うるせえ。昼から酒飲んでる奴に言われたくねえよ。
私は休みだからいいんだよ。ほら、マキオ、どこ行くの？マキオ、あんたもうすぐ卒業しちゃうし、私一人で寂しくなっちゃうからさ。結婚しようかと思ってんだ。新しいお父さんだよ。喜べ。
ふざけんな。マスターんちか。
おはよう、藤君。
一郎くんはちゃんと飯食ってんのかな。明日、店に来たら、ちゃんと。
一郎くん来なかったね、今日も。さあ、片付け。
あれ、やべ。マジ怒ってんのかな。全然連絡もねえし、俺もしてないけど。
藤君、これ洗っといて。
ただいま、と。いない？だいたいいつもこの時間帯には帰ってんのに。あれ、なんだ？家に帰ってきてない？
ただいま、電話に出ることができません。
くそ、また。何してんだよ。一郎くん。
いらっしゃいませ。
違った。
まあ、浮気ね。
ああ？
一郎くんに言いつけてやろう。デレデレしちゃってまあ。
いつ誰がデレデレしましたか。うるせえ、言いつけるも何もいねえんだから。
いないの？何？まさか、フラレ？嘘。
まだだっつーの。まだっつうか、ちょっと連絡ないだけ。多分。
まだって、藤君のバカだれ。あんたにベタ惚れの一郎くんが連絡一つよこさないなんて、相当よ。
なんだ？
私の毎日の潤いを潰さないで。バカ。
そっちかよ。うっせえな。俺だって一郎くんがいないと。一郎くん。
藤君、大変なんだ。急いで。お母さんが倒れたって。早く病院に行ってあげて。
ちょっと待って、なんで一郎くんが。
慶大学病院にいるから、早く。
何？それより今までどこに？
そんなこと後でいいから、言って。
どうしたの？騒がしいよ。
あ、藤君のお母さんが倒れたって。
大丈夫なの？行った方が。
俺抜けたら大変だし、店終わったら行くんで大丈夫です。
藤君、行って。お願い。
マキオくん。
お久しぶりです。母が。
大変なんだ。はるみさんがすごく怒ってて、口聞いてくれないんだ。どうしよう。
ねえ、どう思いますか？最近旦那の様子がおかしくて、携帯見てみたら女にメールなんかしてて、しかもどっかの店に通ってるみたいなんですよ。これってもう浮気ですよね？浮気。ただの火遊びだと我慢してたけど、もう我慢しきれなくて。
うるせえ。めっちゃ元気じゃん。どうなってんの？
キャー、マキオ！なんであんたがここに？まあ、素敵な息子さん。てか嫌だ、あんた入ってこないでよ。顔も見たくない。
そんな、誤解だよ。もうすぐはるみさんの誕生日だから、何か手作りのものをと思って教室に通ってたんだよ。もう、できるまで黙っとくつもりだったのに。
そうだったの？そんなことも知らずに私ったら。
何？夫婦喧嘩が原因って？だからうちに？
違う。それもあるかもしんないけど、まさか救急車で運ばれるとは。
お酒の飲みすぎだって、ストレスと。
なんだよ。心配して損した。
なんだって割と大事よ。あら、心配してくれたんだ。へえ、ほう、あんたが？
別に、一郎くんがわざわざ俺にだな。
あ、一郎くん。
さ、一郎くんとのことなんだけど、俺はやっぱり一郎くんと。
一郎くんにお礼言っといてよ。一郎くんが私に電話かけてこなかったら、あんた絶対ここには来なかっただろうし。
一郎くんが電話？
毎日しつこいってくらいかけてくんのよ。どうやったら認めてくれるのかって。一郎くんって面白い子ね。孫の顔は見られないかもしれないから、僕を新しい子供だと思ってください、なんて。笑っちゃった。絶対譲る気がないのね。
何言ってんだ、あの人。
ほんとよね。もったいないわ。あんないい子がこんな子にさ。ほんとどこが良かったのかしら。
あんただって一郎くん怖がらせてただろうが、どうなって。
やだ。あれは思わず素が。やばい、バレた？じゃあね、また帰ってきなさいよ。
なんでギャルソンエプロンがここに？自分のは持ってるし。そっか。
藤君、お帰りなさい。
ただいま。
藤君。
ありがとう、一郎くん。 そういや、どこ行ってたの？心配してたんだけど。
ちょっと急な出張で。
また大学の教授のお供？
まあ、そんなとこ。
一郎くん、何か隠してる？
二階堂先生の、急に同行者が行けなくなっちゃって。
いかん、怒ってば。
ごめんね。言おうとしたんだけど、その前に藤君が怒っちゃって、
そうだっけ？
あれって、焼きもちってこと？
そうだよ。一郎くんにくっついてくる男も女も全部、いなくなればいいと思ってる。世界中の誰にも渡さねえよ。全部、俺のもんだから。
あ、そう、あの後検査して分かったんだけど、あんたに弟か妹ができるみたいなんだって。お父さんも喜んでるよ。
なんだよそれ。軽っ。その年で。
それより一郎くんいる？
どうしたの？
いません。いや、一郎くんは電話何だったの？
そう、来週父さんがこっち来るんだって。
実は、藤君が行った後、一郎くんが手伝ってくれたんだけど、全然使えなくて、でもすっごい客寄せにはなってたから、もう何もしないで突っ立ってるだけでいいからもう一回手伝いに来ないかな。ねえ、藤君、もう一回一郎くんにお願いして。キャー、かっこいい。
お待たせしました。カフェモカになります。ごゆっくりどうぞ。
はい。今の人かっこいいね。ね。
憂鬱だ。
来週父さんがこっちに来るんだって。会うの久々だから嬉しいな。
来週。いつかはって思ってたけど、いざってなると緊張すんな。挨拶。一郎くんは全然動揺してないけど、足りねえか。覚悟、決めるか。
すみません。
はい。
いきなりで申し訳ないのですが、店長さんはいらっしゃいますか？私、こういうものでして。
うちの店を取材したい？
はい。料理の味はもちろんのこと、カフェ男子という特集で、カフェで働いている男子に注目して紹介したく、こちらのお店にもお願いしたいと思い来たのですが。
カフェ男子？
俺っすか？
藤君しかいないじゃない、男子。僕はおっさんだし。
何笑ってんだよ、おい。
すみません。あともう一方いらっしゃると思うんですが。
藤君以外には？
綺麗めのモデルさんのような方だと思うんですが、茶髪で口元にほくろのある。
いらっしゃいませ。
この前の藤君の代理で。
お前。
だって。
あれは臨時のアルバイトでして。
もういらっしゃらないんですか？残念です。人捨てに聞いてきたんですけど。
よかった。やらずに済むか。
二人ともにお願いしたかったけど仕方ない。ぜひあなたにカフェ男子としてうちの紙面を飾っていただきたい。不愛想だけどそこがストイックで、ギャルソンがまた男のエロスを醸し出しつつ、女性読者の心をわしづかみ。失礼しました。
不愛想。
ぜひお願いしたいのですが、いかがでしょうか？受けよう受けよう、楽しそう。
マスター、うちはそういうのじゃないっすよね。
ぜひよろしくお願いします。宣伝。
やったー。
憂鬱だ。
おかえり、藤君。
ただい
どうしたの？お疲れ？忙しかったの？
いや、もういっそ一郎くんが働いてるってことにしてくんないかな。
え？何？
なんでもない。来週いつだっけ？挨拶。
土曜だって。
そっか、オッケー、頑張る。なんかやけ。
頑張らなくても、いつもの藤君でいいよ。カフェで働いてる藤君が一番かっこいいから、それを見てほしいんだけどな。無理かな？
カフェで挨拶とか勘弁してよ。それにちゃんと挨拶したいし、真剣にお付き合いしてますって。
藤君、スマイルスマイル、ファイト。
目線こっち。ああ、いいね、いいね。
ほら、もっとにこやかに。
うるせえよ、のんの野郎。
おお。
じゃあ、あと、皆さんで撮りましょうか。
はーい。
疲れた。モデルとかよくやれんな、一郎くん。
ここはどうだい？なかなか良さそうだ。
そうね。
まだ準備中でして。
すみません。
あら。そうなの？どうしましょう、パパ。
仕方ない。別のところを探そうか。
なんか雰囲気がキラキラしている。よければもうすぐ開きますのでお待ちいただければこちらで。
まあ、ありがとう。
俺、なんか今。
お疲れ様でした。この度はご協力ありがとうございました。またご連絡させていただきます。そうね。ねえ、楽しみだね、藤君。
はいはい。気のせいかな。土曜に来るっつってたし、一郎くんに似てるとか、んなことはあるわけないない。ただいま。一郎くん、誰か嫌な予感。
おかえり、藤君。
一郎くん、何してるの？早くお連れして。あら。
まさかこの人が。
母です。
やっぱり。
昼間のカフェの方よね。またお会いできるなんて嬉しいわ。
あったの？藤君。
お店に偶然来て。
あら、でもどうしてうちに？一郎くんと一緒に住んでるのは恋人のはず。まさか、あなたたち。
どうした？玄関先で。入ってもらいなさい。おや、君は、確か。
パパ、大変。一郎くんったらこんな素敵な彼氏と付き合ってたのよ。
おお、そうか、君が。
イケメン捕まえるなんてさすが一郎くんね。花ちゃんからはとってもキュートな子って聞いてたのにね。
パパの若い頃には負けるかな。
そうね。お祝いしましょう。
少し早く来れることになってね。
乾杯！
カフェでかっこいい子って思っててね。
でしょ？
あら、もうこんな時間？そろそろ戻りましょうか。
泊まっていけばいいのに。
やだわ。アイノスの邪魔なんてできないわよ。
最後まで言いづらい。
牧雄くん。では一郎をよろしくお願いします。
はい。こちらこそよろしくお願いします。
それでは。
なんか、あっけねえ。あんなに心配したのに。
何事もなくてよかったじゃない。
まあ、うちの親とは大違い。など、一郎くんの親だなっていうのがよーくわかった。
何それ。
でも、あんまちゃんとうまく挨拶できなかったな。くそ。
僕は十分だよ。すごく嬉しかったから。そうだ。来週から大学が夏休みに入るんだけど。父さんたちもせっかくちょうどこっちに来てるから、どこか行こうかって話になってさ。
いいんじゃない？久々だし。
藤君も一緒にどう？母さんも喜ぶと思う。
俺？いや、俺は仕事もあるし、急には、まだ早くね？
そうか、残念。藤君ともいつか二人で旅行したいね。僕、人と付き合うのこんなに長続きしたことないから、本当に嬉しいんだ。藤君でよかった。
俺もだよ。
藤君。何かいいことあったの？鼻歌。
まあ。
どうでもいいけど、なんかムカつく。
どうでもいいなら聞くな。
それより一郎くん来ないの？ここ数日来てないみたいだけど、また喧嘩？
誰が喧嘩なんかするかよ。一郎くんなら旅行に行ってるよ。毎日写メが届く。
そうなんだ。いいな。私も行きたい。いつ帰ってくるの？
明日っつったかな。確か。
おーい、二人とも、届いたよ。これ。
うわー！おー！結構かっこいいよ、藤君。ねえ？無法？でも全然笑ってないね。ほら、笑ってたのあったと思うんだけど。
もういい。おい、一郎くんには絶対見せんなよ。
なんで？いいじゃん。一郎くんも喜ぶよ、きっと。
ダメっつったらダメ。
ケチ。あ、いらっしゃいませ。
こんなん見せられるかっつうの。すっかり忘れてたのによ。
こちらのお席へどうぞ。はい。
シノ。
また。あの子すごい藤君のこと見てるよ。チラチラ。雑誌の効果かね。言ってあげたら？
なわけ。
だ
ってそいつは元カノ。
お会計。藤君言ってあげなよ。サービスサービス。
ちょっと。ありがとうございます。
久しぶりなのに、そんな露骨に迷惑そうにしなくてもいいじゃん。
お前何しに来たの？つうかなんでここが？
これ。じゃん。偶然見かけてさ、懐かしくなっちゃって。すごいじゃんこれ。友達に自慢しちゃった。あんま変わってなかったね。
お前は。
あのさ。お金、貸してくんない？ちょっとでいいんだ。絶対返すから。お願い。今月ピンチでさ、ちょっと借金あってさ、それで。
ちょっと待て。こんなところで話されても困る。
ここじゃなかったらいいんだ。
休憩もらうから。借金っていくら？10万。大したこと。
100万。
お前。
私が作ったんじゃないよ。今付き合ってる人が勝手に作ったやつ。別に100万貸してとは言わないよ。
じゃあそいつに払わせろよ。
行方不明なんだよ。逃げやがった。
ああ、それ押し付けられただけじゃねえの。払う必要なくね？
そうなんだけど、まあ、いなくなってせいせいしたよ。子供がそいつのこと嫌ってたし、私も愛想つかしてたし、100万で別れられるなら安いもんだよ。
子供？ちょっと待て。
あ、うん、シングルで産んだの。結婚はしてないよ。今年3歳でさ、可愛いよ。あ、そいつとの子じゃないよ。見る？
見ない。なんで結婚しなかったんだ？ごめん、気じゃまずかった。
うん、いろいろあんだよ、女には。高校卒業してさ、それから全然藤君とは会ってなかったよね。当たり前か、藤君全然地元帰ってこなかったし、私のことも捨てちゃったし。
捨ててない。
捨てたよ、地元も、私もさ。
別れよ、シノ。ごめん。
なんで？あ、藤君は今彼女とかいるの？モテそうだよね。
俺のことはいいだろ。話はそんだけか。
え？
金のことはちょっと考えさせてくれ。別に俺以外にも頼れる人いるだろ。
さっきの子ね。
お？
藤君の子なんだ。
え？
言わないでおこうって思ってたけど。
嘘だろ。おい。シノ。一郎くん。
ただいま、藤君。僕も久々に外でお茶しようかな。
早かったね、帰ってくるの。明日だって聞いてたから。
父さんが仕事で早く戻らないといけなくなっちゃって、黙って驚かせようと思ったんだ。
かっこいい。知り合い？紹介して。ねえねえ。
今、付き合ってる人だよ。同棲してる。
だって、男の人は。
そうだけど。だから、さっきの子供のことも悪いけど。
嘘だよー。そんなの嘘に決まってんじゃん。藤君に捨てられた腹いせだよ。マジになっちゃってウケる？びっくりした？私もびっくりしちゃった。男の人と付き合ってたとか。マジ。じゃあ今日はもう帰んね。
一郎くん、さっきの聞いてたのかな？つうか完全に怒ってたよな。目が笑ってない。そりゃ元カノと会ってりゃ、一郎くん嫉妬深いから。しかもガキとか、いやでも嘘っつってたけど、マジで冗談だよな。だってもう4年も前のことだぜ。借金だって、なんで俺なんだよ。 初めて笑いかけてくんなかったかも。ただいま。風呂か。ちょっと気まずいし、よかった。
おかえり、藤君。
ただいま。笑ってる。よかった。一郎くん濡れてるよ。ちゃんと拭いて、タオル。
藤君も入ろう。えい。
一郎くん。
温泉行ってきたんだ。海の見える。
斜面見たよ。
次は藤君も行こうね。
一郎くん。ここで、どうした？俺、服。
久しぶりだし、ダメ？
なんか今日人多いね。雑誌のおかげかな？ねえ。あれかな？
のん、これ2番ね。
はーい。
藤君、これお願い。
藤君。今日も来てるよ。子。いやー、この間はびっくりしたね。まさか藤君がホモになってたとはさ、マジウケんだけど。
今日も来やがった。大声で言うんじゃねえよ。つうか。なんだそっちの。
うちの子だよ。かわいいでしょ。ほら、挨拶して。こんにちは。これ。どれ半分こしよっか。
似てないよな。テンパじゃねえし。
一人で育ててるからさ、結構キツ。生活費とか色々。
親とかは？
いないよ。死んじゃった。この子産む産まないで大喧嘩して、家出てってるうちに事故で亡くなっちゃった。あっけないもんだよね。
相手の男は？
迷惑かけたくなかったから言わずに産んじゃった。これがいい。美味しそう。
勘弁してくれよ。思わせぶりなこと言いやがって。
あれ？これ頼んでないよ。
おごりだよ、俺の。
ジュースありがとう。ほら、お礼。ありがとうございます。また明日も来るね。
もう来んな。
じゃあねー。
トニー。でも、大変なんだろうな。親もいなくて一人でガキ育てながら金を返してくって。全然知らなかったな。
ごちそうさまでした。美味しかったね。美味しかった。じゃあ帰るよ。
なんで、聞いちまったんだか。ほっときゃよかったのに。
藤君。
何？
旅行、どこ行きたいって？
どこでもいいよ、俺は。一郎くんと一緒だったらさ。じゃあ、おやすみ。
おやすみ。
どうした？
藤君、今日僕、お店に行ったんだけど。
そうなの？でも、見てない。
あの女の子も、今日来てたでしょ。 子供も一緒に来てた。男同士でも子供作れたらいいのにね。
一郎くん、もしかして聞いてたんだろ、シノとの会話。違うよ、俺の子じゃない。それにもう終わってるって。
お金目当てで来てるんだよね。借金あるんでしょ、子供出しに使って。
そんなやつじゃないって。いや、ごめん。来るなって言ったんだけど、シノとはなんともないから信じて。
信じてるよ。
嘘だ。一郎くんの嫉妬深いのって俺のこと信じてないからなんじゃないの？俺が他の奴とどうにかなるって、あんなに自信満々に俺のこと自分のもんだっつってたのに、信じてないってことだろ。自分や一郎くんのこと信じられなかった時もあるけど、でも今は。
じゃあ、あの子のこと気にならないって言えるの？藤君こそ嘘つかないで。
気になるよ。もしかしたら俺のせいかもしれないし。でも、一郎くんが嫌だろ。俺、もう一郎くんを傷つけたくないんだ。一郎くん。
ごめん。頭冷やすよ。
くそ。もっと、俺に。いらっしゃいませ。俺が、しっかりしてるよ。今日はガキは？
保育所だよ。私もこの後仕事あるからさ。
借金あんだろ。
え？
こんなとこで無駄金使うなよ。もう店来んな。
恋人怒っちゃう？そういえばこの間も鉢合わせしちゃったし。
そうだよ。今は一郎くんの方が大事なんだ。
君って僕のものだよね。無理やりにでも一緒にいる。きっと世界中で誰にも負けないと思いますよ。藤君でよかった。
誰よりも。なんで俺を頼ってきたのかわかんねえけど、金も貸せねえよ。一郎くんをもう不安にさせたくない。たとえひどい男と言われても、俺じゃどうにもしてやれない。ごめん。
やだ、何マジになってんの？お金のことは自分で何とかするし。何？私がまだ藤君に未練あるとか思ってた？なわけないじゃん。
相席、いいかな？
一郎くん。ちょっと。
藤君、カフェモカ一つ。もう、藤君には近づかないでくれるかな？お金に困ってるなら僕が出すよ。
は？
手切れ金としてこれで。
バカにしないでよ。そんなつもりで来たわけじゃないわ。
おい、待てよ。
謝るのは私の方だよ。一度だけ藤君のこと裏切っちゃったから、ずっと言えなくて。その人との子供だから安心してよ。あの人超怒ってたし、お水ごめんって言っといて。でもすっきりした。じゃあね
おい。
ありがとう。
一郎くん、ごめんね。
久しぶりにお水かけられたよ。
何も一郎くんが悪者にならなくてもね。
いや、 やっぱり誰にも渡したくないから。
バカだな。
藤君、僕以外を見たら許さないよ。
全部一郎くんのもんだっつってんだろ。お、一郎くん何見てんの？飯できたよ。
うん。これカフェ男子。
どこですそれ？
店内に飾ってあったよ。
マスター。
かっこいいな。また女の子いっぱい来ちゃうね。困ったな。
一郎くんは家で実物見れるでしょ。没収。
やだ。
It's just a thing where like with text, like it's a lot is up for like interpretation, right? So it's always nice to make sure that the interpretation goes as followed. And goes as intended. Yes, that's the mental health stream. So this is not like, you know, like this is like if you just like want to talk with people. This is a special stream. Like this is not your average like Twitch community where you just like say whatever, right? Like this is something where you take care of what you say. You take care that like you try to clear up misunderstandings. You take responsibility for misunderstandings and all of that. All right. That's also honestly, I think that's it's on one hand, of course, like okay, but it's fair, you know. Like I think if you don't want to put in that effort, you know, like it's actually it's beneficial for the community if you're if you don't take part in it. Just because to take I like to have this community be a safe space where everybody can be vulnerable. Yeah, it takes effort to be nice to each other, to be kind to each other, to be how you say that, to be like I don't know, like to be soft to each other. I don't know. I can't phrase it better right now. Well, it's just I wouldn't say like if you're not able to communicate, right? Like that's a like tiny bit much. But if you're not like if you don't want to put the extra effort in to communicate in a way where like everybody feels like as safe as possible and can be as vulnerable as possible. But yeah. Because I low-key ditched the question of animal rights to halfway like diffuse the situation and like put the effort in, so like stuff is not going wrong. And I can't do that the entire time. It takes extra effort, and I would like to actually be able to focus on, for example, questions where we should talk about like boundaries instead. I hope so too, but I don't know why from the morning I feel really panicky inside. I have no idea why. Maybe, Dragu, you can make some like mental exercise where you essentially think about what specifically you're scared or panicky about. And you can do like a mental exercise where you essentially think about like what's upcoming on the day and like put it in different boxes and are like, okay, if I were to only do that part, or if I were to only do that part, or if I were to do this like very shortly only or something like this. Like if you change the situation a bit and take out certain elements and put in other elements, like maybe you're able to find out what sort of situation scares you more than other situations, which is going to bring you a bit closer to what is actually scary to you. And then maybe you can like help yourself to deal with that fear. Thank you, Animal Rights. Dark Knight, welcome. I mean, as that just happens sometimes, right? It's part of life. It's part of communicating as well. Like, with some people we click, with others we don't, and it's fair. Doesn't mean they're, like, bad people, right? Doesn't even mean they had, like, bad intentions. And I don't think we actually... I feel like for ourselves, right? It's actually better when we don't give that narrative to them. Because if we write that narrative that they wanted to have us or something, then we feel like people are out there to get us, right? The accusations are just to hurt. We don't know, actually. Maybe there was something Wampa Stompa thought of, like, you must have meant that racist. I mean, Wampa Stompa didn't stay to troll further, right? But they actually left. Which is, to me, actually a sign that they feel like this is true. And they felt like this community is not a safe space. It doesn't need to mean that it's right. It doesn't need to mean that the accusation they put on you was correct. The sort of best explanation I have is that it was just a miscommunication. That, like, in their interpretation, something you said was like they've seen it as racist, and like nobody of us was like able to like relate to that. So it might have been like a very, very niche type thing, but yeah. Thank you, Fluffy. Thank you for being here. See you next time. Never heard about that. I'll try, but I don't have much time for it today, unfortunately. Animal rights, by the way, is it okay that we're sort of like putting your topic on hold for a moment? Like, I'm gonna get back to it. I didn't forget you. I don't know. I'm like waiting for that moment where I have a bit like time, but I don't think that's gonna be it. So I'm gonna answer to Dragoo and sort of finish that because I started it before, and then I'm gonna come back to you. Is that fine for you? Is that good? But it never happened to me, like being scared of something I like. It makes me not want to go there, which is not me, I'm a weirdo. So the thing is, it doesn't make you a weirdo. This actually happens to a lot of people. It happened to me today, actually. I didn't feel like the stream so much. I can't, like, I'm sorry guys. Hate to burst the bubble here a bit, but I felt, I was so close to canceling the stream today. You can't even see it. It's like a nanometer, okay? Because I was sleeping bad. I had sort of like a shit evening yesterday as well. I felt so out of energy. And also, honestly, I was like, and now let me explain to you why I was actually scared of today. Because even though this is something I love doing, even this is something I really like doing, I love talking to you guys, I felt resistance to do it and low-key scared to do it because the last time I put in the slow mode, right? Like, this is pretty new, and there was a viewer from some time ago. Like, they already were actually like a part of the stream for quite a while, like from before I switched to English. And they came in and just sort of said like, "Oh, there's like a bigger unfollow event than the switch to English," and then just left. And I was honestly really hurt by that statement. And it made me really insecure because I'm also insecure about the slow mode. Like, I think it does something really good for our stream here because I'm able to keep up with the chat and everything. But at the same time, I personally don't like slow mode. Like I would, and it's just like I also don't like when we have to like when I'm like so far behind chat, right, and can never keep up. And we're so sort of like delayed from each other because I'm reading chat messages from like 15 minutes ago. So logically, I know this is the right decision I made, and we needed slow mode here to keep intact this vibe of our community. But in my heart, I was really insecure about it and really insecure about changing something because I'm scared that people are not going to like it. Like, I was streaming for quite a while, right, since 2018. And I low-key killed my community a couple times. Especially in the beginning where I just didn't know how everything works, right? Like, in the beginning, I was streaming like a few games. It was going really well. And then I was still studying back then. And then I stopped for streaming for like 1.5 months for my exam phase to be able to like properly learn and do the exams and everything. And I just thought like, okay, like everybody, like after I'm back, like everybody's gonna come back, right? That's not actually the case. Like with stream, it's a lot of this like momentum where like people stick around or don't. And it's like sometimes it's also like I switched to like streaming without camera at some point. Then I switched to streaming with a camera again at some point. And all of that changed my community. And yeah, I was just sort of scared how the slow mode is going to change our community. And if people are going to leave, which I really like to have here. And I don't know. Then the other thing is actually why I was like scared of it is because I was already like a bit exhausted and I have not been doing a good job at leaving at the right time. Like you all know, I sort of like do want to like technically have left at 5. At like 5 hours, like essentially like I don't want the stream to ever go over 5 hours. And I would actually like the stream to end around like 4 hours 30. So that I have enough energy to like make myself food, do healthy stuff for me, like recharge and all of that, right? And the last times I've been not doing that. And because I've not been doing that, it's actually been low-key scary to me today to start because I've also like already been a bit exhausted and my body essentially was like, I don't trust you to stop at that time. And that's why I rather don't have you start at all. Because I can't trust you that you're not going to push yourself too much. I can't trust you that, you know, that you're going to take proper care of myself. And I've been neglecting that. I've been thinking like, oh, but it's only a bit longer and like, I'm just going to try again and again, but I need to be more, yeah, more consistent with that. And something like this is just, yeah, can make you scared of something you like because you actually like it so much that you're scared that it's gonna be different or scared that it's not gonna be the same or scared that something is gonna go wrong. So maybe you're scared of the MMA thing, Drago, because I don't know, maybe you have sort of like, you think maybe you're not as good as it at before, or like maybe there's gonna happen something again, or maybe the people are gonna be different, or maybe like there can be like so many things. So, you know, don't tell yourself you're weird. It's a very normal thing to be scared of doing something you love because you have certain expectations for it, which can be disappointed. So, yeah, my weekend was fine, Jarv. Hi, Pokey. Thank you, Dark Knight. Yes, if you can all like remind me today to like at like so I would love to end when the stream has been going on for 4 hours 30, to put it in a way how like everybody, like not depending on their time zone, can understand. So it would be really nice if we could start the like belly stretching, belly braving and stretching and all stars routine at 4 hours. That would be really good. And yeah, at 5 hours, I want to definitely for sure be done today. But like rather before, because today has been exhausting. Can I trauma dump for a bit? Well, you do know, Pokey, we don't really trauma dump here, right? Because trauma dump is not really, like, it's not a way where we can offer help. Like, you can seek, for example, emotional support here. And then this is something we can help you with. Or like advice or something, and that's something we can help you with. But trauma dumping specifically is something where essentially you don't, like, you disregard the feelings of the other people in that moment. Like, you don't care if they can like take it or not, or how they feel about it, or their boundaries or whatever. And there's also like nothing sort of really coming from it, because it has like, you don't really like expect anything from it. It's more like about the just dumping it out, instead of actually like wanting to talk about something or wanting emotional support from it. Like, it's a very sort of self-centered thing, which happens with not much control. So if you seek emotional support with something which happened or whatever, then like for sure. But if that's like, if it's actually trauma dumping, sort of by definition you want to do, then this is not the place in this stream, right? And I do need to ask, Animal Rights, are you still here? Because I would finish what I've been wanting to say to you the entire time. We will kick you out of your own stream for your own good. Yeah. Like, maybe we can do it today. Like, I believe in us that we can like end at like 4 hours 30. It sounds so hard, but seeing how you can reflect on that, I'm sure you're gonna be fine. Yeah, but only because I reflect on it. So it's actually like really important to do so. Right, Ragu. So that's why I'm telling you, like, try to find out why that is, where that is coming from, and do reflect on it. Because I feel like if I haven't reflected, like if I wouldn't have reflected on it like yesterday and like today and the day before, I wouldn't have made it to the stream today. And that was actually a thing I did for myself to make it easier today, which was that I didn't decide on if I'm gonna stream or not. Well, okay, I did decide that I'm gonna stream. I didn't decide what I'm gonna stream. So I was like, I'm just gonna like show up, and sort of depending on how I feel, I'm gonna like switch to Minecraft maybe, or do a D&D stream instead, or like I'm gonna sort of like change according to the situation. And what I did as well, sort of like set myself sort of as a plan, was that yeah, that I'm gonna like talk about it, and I'm gonna talk about how it's been a tough day, and not like, I guess, like try to be something I'm not. Like, don't, like, I'm not gonna pretend to be like super out and about, you know? Yeah. High tainted wisdom. With this blizzard and it's snow. Do you mean actual blizzard and snow? Like, I'm yeah, I think I'm scared of the people because it's not the same place. And even though everyone who does martial arts is really humble and nice, I feel like they will hate me and like my family. I see Drago. You know, if like it's amazing that you already know what it is. It's really good you've been able to like reflect on that. And apart from that, maybe now you can, you know, like have grace with yourself about that and sort of kind of acknowledge that, okay, this is going to be hard and you're facing a big fear here. Like, this is not ridiculous. This is not small or something. This is not easy. But you're doing something scary there. And it will take courage and it will take energy. So make sure that you know, treat yourself with grace, like you're about to do something courageous. Like, be proud of yourself that you're like that you want to do it and you want to show up. And maybe also be like, okay, like if this is what I'm scared about, I'm only gonna like go there first and I'm gonna check all the people out and I'm gonna check out if I like them or not. And if I don't like them and if I still feel scared there, then I'm gonna go home. I don't have to stay the whole thing. Because sometimes people, like especially who've like are like good at sports and stuff, can be the people who are sort of bad at respecting their own boundaries. Like, they can be, you know, very easy to be like, no, I made that decision, like I just have to do it, and if my emotions don't, you know, like whatever, I gotta do it. Like, I can't like go back on my decision. Like I said, I would train this much or whatever, you know. But you know, that's like, if you just like suppress and ignore your fear like this, your fear is gonna find different ways how it can save you, because that's what it's trying to do, right? It's trying to save you. It's trying to protect you. So you need to cooperate with that fear and be like, okay, I see that could be really scary, really dangerous. So how can we make that better? How can we make it that we either have like more motivation to face that fear, like that can help, to be like, okay, if I'm like going through this training and everything, and if I just make it to the end, I'm gonna reward myself with like going to a restaurant or something, you know? Because then something we like feel really scared about, or something shitty even, can be still worthwhile, you know? Like, we might be like, okay, like I'm gonna be scared for like, I don't know, like an hour, but then I get really good food, so it might be worth it, you know? And then the other thing is just like setting the expectations lower and being like, I'm like, you don't have to worry about me just ignoring the fear. But we're just gonna see if it's actually that bad. And we're gonna like, I see that you're scared of the people, and okay, so we're gonna check them out, and if they don't seem nice, we're just gonna go. But we gotta check it out, right? Like, we don't know for sure. Like, maybe not. So, and you know, the thing is with like, I'm okay with getting hurt but scared of people. I actually have I study on that. Like, it's not my study, it's a study I've read. Um It's this one. And it says the pain of social rejection. And blah, 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 blah. I'm gonna read you the most important part. I think I found it. So, to study rejection inside an fMRI scanner, the researchers used a technique called 𝔹𝕃ℂ𝔻, which Williams designed following his own experience of being suddenly excluded by two frisbee players at the park. In 𝔹𝕃ℂ𝔻, the subject plays an online game of catch with two other players. Eventually, the two other players begin throwing the ball only to each other, excluding the subject, compared with volunteers who continue to be included. Those who are rejected show increased activity in the dorsal anterior cingulate and the anterior insula, two of the regions that show increased activity in response to physical pain. Eisenberger says, as far as your brain is concerned, a broken heart is not so different from a broken arm. And then the second interesting part to this. So first of all, like physical pain and emotional pain is actually low-key the same to your brain. And the second part is, those findings led the Wall, Eisenberger, and colleagues to wonder if social rejection aches like physical pain can it be treated like physical pain. To find out, they assigned volunteers to take over the counter acetaminophen or placebo daily for 3 weeks. Compared with the placebo group, volunteers who took the drug recounted fewer episodes of hurt feelings and daily self-reports. Those reports were backed by an fMRI study, which found that people who had taken acetaminophen daily for 3 weeks had less activity in the brain-related brain regions when rejected in 𝔹𝕃ℂ𝔻, in contrast to those taking a placebo. So if you've ever had somebody who's like low-key depressed to get addicted to pain meds, you now know why that makes sense, right? Yeah, exactly. It's like for your brain, it's the same. So it's a really, really interesting study. And it's actually like really important to understand, right? Because what this essentially means is that this whole thing of like, oh, take like emotional pain seriously and stuff like this, and for example, also like mental struggles and stuff like this. It's not just this like mental health awareness thing of people being like, yeah, like be nice to yourself and like blah blah blah. It's not just like it's not just like a positive mental state or whatever. It's actually backed by evidence. Like it scientifically makes sense to not treat your emotional pain different to your physical pain, but take it serious and not just suppress it or try to not think about it or whatever, because you wouldn't do the same when you would have like a big cut on your hand or something, Yeah. A foot of snow already? Damn. If you have like pictures painted with them, I would love to. By the way, guys, have you seen the new changes in the Discord? Yesterday evening, so I was talking to our mods a lot, and I made like a lot of different plans actually on like how we can improve this community and what we might sort of do. Well, I just explained to you how this stream was like low-key scary to me, right? Because I'm like, I'm sort of like worried how that we're gonna lose this sort of intimate talking communication situation here if there's going to be more people at some point. So I was making like a lot of plans how we can like, if the viewers get more, how we can like maintain the same like vibe in the chat here, and how we can like still maintain like people having like an easy time to actually become part of the stream here, with their topics and stuff like that. But apart from that, I also want the community to thrive, right? And we are a community where like we're, you know, like we might need a little help to thrive, you know. So I set up a good news bot actually, which in the good news channel we have in the Discord is like automatically posting good news stories. Because we had this topic in the last stream of all these like negative news, right? And just like people being like, I just can't watch the news anymore. I'm getting like, I'm turning so pessimistic and sort of paranoid, and you know. And so with keeping that in mind, one of the things you can do against this, right, is either of course you reduce the amount of negative news you're watching, and for example like, or like reducing your time on social media and stuff like this. But there's going to be some news we want to inform ourselves about, because we do need to like vote properly, like maybe like, you know, like to actually like change something in our society. We would need to protest at some point and stuff like this. Like there's certain things we like shouldn't avoid knowing about, because we actually should do something about. But to be able to like do that and have the energy for that, I think it's like really important actually to maintain hope and the belief in humanity. So with that, I set up the good news bot of like a few Reddit threads about like, first of all, like the Reddit thread about happiness. And then we have like a few like good news media websites. And then we also have the wholesome Reddit thread. And yeah, with that, oh, and then we have the congrats like I'm 5 Reddit thread as well. And then we have in the memes channel, we have another one which is Hope posting, which is like low-key making like positive mental health memes. And yeah, I just hope you're gonna like these changes. I hope benefit the stream and our community. And the next thing I want to do is I want to set up like a Minecraft server for everybody in the community, where we can essentially like spend time with each other without having to talk about our like struggles and stuff like this, which is like have some balance, so that like in the streams here when we talk about the mental health, we can talk about our struggles and everything, but then on the other hand we also know each other, where we just can, you know, enjoy the time with each other and get to know each other from a more lighthearted, positive side. Have you tried Hightail instead of Minecraft? No, I didn't. I'm also like, honestly, like I would say like, you know what? I'm like instantly gonna do it, but I turned into an absolute hermit in terms of like trying new games. Like I just don't. Like there's like, I don't know, like back in the day, I learned new games for like fun sometimes, but it was still not really good, right? Like I was always the person like I had my games and these games I played, and that was it. Like I didn't really, you know, try many different things or whatever. And like now that I'm like doing the mental health stream, I'm like reading on the side, I have like all of my creative hobbies. It's just like I gave up on it. I just don't do that anymore. I don't think it's using my time most efficiently. So it could like the thing is like it could also be like Valorant and League, right? But with Valorant and League, it's just like an online game. It's not like you have like a server where like only your homies are at, right? So yeah, I want to make like a Minecraft server, but I'm gonna ask on the Discord if there's like somebody in the community who has like some server space left to actually like if there's just like by chance a person who can host us a server, and we don't need to pay for it, because that would be cool. But we'll see. I think I'm gonna ask later. You should also take a break from Twitch or leave it altogether for your mental health. I guess, yeah, I mean, depends, right? It all depends. It all depends with like social media as well. Like for some people, they use social media actually very positively. Like I'm not one of those persons. So like I'm definitely like I'm restricting my time on like Instagram and TikTok and everything, because I know that I just like my algorithm is like only bad news, bro. Like I can't, like I just it's not good, okay? It's not good. So I can't spend much time there. But some people, for example, like my sister's actually, like she told me like no, like her Instagram is not like that at all. Like she just has like cat pictures and funny cat videos. Like her feed is essentially like cats and recipes, and that's it. And then it's like, you know, like that's fair. That's fair. Like I understand why you like spending time on Instagram then, and why it's actually like sort of like nice for your life. Not for me, but I'm glad it works for her. But this is why like I definitely like have my timer on like 10 minutes no more. But yeah, like for her it's like it doesn't need to be like this. Like so it's like a thing where like I feel like it's like just with everything else in mental health, right? Like you just need to like individually like look at your life and be like, okay, like what is beneficial for my life and what isn't, right? Like maybe Twitch is a space where, for example, a completely like completely unbiased example, where you like take part in the stream, and it's like actually like mental support for you to like hold on, to maintain hope, and it's a good influence on your life, right? Maybe you're binge watching Twitch the entire time to the point where all of your energy is gone and all of your dopamine is gone, and you're just, you know, like procrastinating and like coping hard. And, you know, then you maybe want to do something against it. But it's a thing where like it's individual, right? So like people need to see what they like and don't like doing. A very supportive person. Much respect to you for that. Thank you. I just noticed that like when I help people, people help me, if that makes sense. Like it's not even like sometimes that like, you know, where it's like the same type of help, but just helping people is nice and feels nice. And that's helping me, if that makes sense. Like, I don't know. So you're recommending me to take painkillers or drugs? I like that. No, sorry, bad joke. I mean, I guess it makes sense. I mean, kind of force myself to go there because I already bought the clothes, bandages, gloves, that I spend bought monthly membership, so I have to go there because I wouldn't otherwise. Well, I mean, you can still like there's like it's not the goal to avoid anything you're scared of, right? So just to make that clear, like it's not the goal to avoid anything you're scared of. But if you see the fear and you can acknowledge it instead of like suppressing it, you can, you know, like you want to be brave instead of suppressing your fear. Do you understand the difference I mean here? Like if you're brave, you essentially you look in the face of fear and you do it anyways. You do it even though it's scary. And you're acknowledging the fear. You're acknowledging that it's maybe like risky or something like this. But you do it. And there's going to be sort of like precautions you do as well to do it. So there's going to be like either like you ask for support from your friends, or you give yourself some extra motivation, or like, you know, like there can be like a lot of also like circumstantial things you give yourself to support yourself to face that fear. So it's different to just suppressing your emotions and being like, no, doesn't make sense that it's scary. I'm gonna do it anyways. Now it's very, yeah, very different. It's sort of like, the difference is essentially like you're like babysitting a kid, you know, but it can like walk already and stuff and talk. And it's a difference between like the kid is scared of something and you just like, you take it by the hand and you essentially low-key kidnap it and force it to do the scary thing of like jumping off whatever, you know? Or you take the hand from the kid like this and are like, hey, like you can do it. Like I believe in you. Like I know it's scary, but we're just gonna, you know, I'm gonna show you how it works. I'm gonna jump before you and then like I'm gonna be there to like catch you if anything happens, but like you can do it. I believe in you. And like if it really turns out too scary, you know, like we can always go back. No worries. And then the kid is gonna follow you out of free will. And that's the difference. Yes, Esther, let's go. Hi, Wodowski, welcome, welcome. What YouTubers I watch? I watch Michael Reeves. I really like Michael Reeves videos. There's a YouTuber called Boy. I really like his videos. They're very, very controversial, but I really like them. He always like, he takes a controversial topic and then makes a video which goes essentially like low-key way too far, but it's one of those things where like with how do you say that, with how do you call these people who are essentially like critiquing, for example, like politics or society with like making jokes about it, like drawing these like little pictures and stuff like this. Like it's essentially like that. Like he's making, like it's essentially like social critique or like government critique. And yeah, I guess you need to be the right person to like that. Hi, Snakewood. Welcome, welcome. Good for you, Dark Knight. I'm so glad. There's burgers and cooking. Oh, damn. What type of patty is that? Like, is it meat even? It looks so light. Yeah, maybe I just need to train my Instagram to like only like cat things. All right, let's see you on Thursday, animal rights. And yeah, now we're sadly like gone for a bit in the middle, right? Or maybe you just didn't hear me because of ads or something. But I initially had the intention still to like answer to the boundary thing. But it's really about boundaries. It's like you leave somebody when you can't do it anymore, you know? Like there's like it takes energy to like like help somebody out of drugs and some like this, or like for example like be dumped for like old friends and stuff. And it's okay to say like I can't do this anymore. Like this sort of like on and off and like unsafe attachment, and then you just like, you know, like I put in the work and like you're absolutely worth it, but then you just like throw it away like this. It's not something where I feel like I can do it. And that's like entirely fine. To be like a stoic is that stoicism? No, I don't think I mean stoic. Like, I guess to an like stoic, like the Oxford language definition is apparently like the endurance of pain or hardship without the display of feelings and without complaint. Like, that's low-key, like, I get where you're coming from. And then the second one is an ancient Greek school of philosophy founded by blah blah blah, where are indifferent to the to-dos, I don't know, of fortune, and to pleasure and pain. And it's like you don't need to be indifferent. I don't think like you can be indifferent, but I feel like if you don't need to be. And if it's not in your nature, I think it's probably in nobody's nature, honestly. I don't think it makes that much sense. Like, I feel like it's like putting yourself in a box and like trying to, you know, like if you feel like this and it like aligns with you very well, then like for sure do it. But I feel like, I don't know, like the endurance of pain or hardship without the display of feelings and without complaints can also very well mean suppressing your feelings. And I think this is low-key the probably most successful way of actually being able to endure pain or hardship without the display of feelings and without complaint. So I feel like the chance that you slip into just suppressing your feelings is pretty high with stoicism. And I don't think that makes sense. So I don't know, like for me to be able to like, you know, like see my fear and come to terms with my fear and like take that kid by the hand and like lead it here was with emotion. Was with talking about my feelings, showing my feelings to my husband, to friends. So it was very much not stoic. Ah, I see, Asta. I see, Dark Knight. Wait, it's pronounced stoic? I've been saying stoic for 6 years of philosophy degree. Yeah, I think it's stoicism. I don't know, I just said it like pronounced differently. Let me check.
Stoicism.
Stoicism. And stoic?
Stoic.
Stoic. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Was good. But welcome to the chat. John Romero. I've been saying it for 6 years of your philosophy degree. Did nobody tell you though? Like, did everybody around you also say it like this? Maybe it's like one of those things where like, because there are some words, or at least I've heard of, where like, if you're like really deep into that rabbit hole, you say them differently. Because there is like some information which isn't like common knowledge, or even like in like actually like sort of like a like how we usually say that word, or how like officially we say that word, but it's like a thing of like, oh, but this is how like where that word was coming from, and that's why we should technically more speak it like this or whatever, you know. And then people say it different. So, I don't know, like maybe stoicism or like stoic also has that. Yeah. It's better than the Dutch version of that word. What else do I want to know the Dutch version? Oh my god. How do you say the first E? It's not being affected by things that affect you. Not let yourself be controlled by the things that affect you. Buddhism, there's a principle called 2 arrows, life shoots. I guess, like, yeah, I don't know if, like, what is the, like, original thing or whatever, right? But I feel like if you, like, see it like this, then, like, for sure, it's definitely better. But I think it's important with, like, stuff like this to definitely explain that the point is not to, like, try to be somebody else who's, like, not affected by your emotions, or, like, try to, like, not feel emotions. That's how you, like, end up suppressing them. Like, I feel like it's definitely important when you talk about this to explain, I guess, a bit more in depth how you handle these emotions. So I guess I can, like, so for example, with, like, exposure therapy, it's like when I did it, it's a thing where you, like, you don't try to, like, not feel what you feel. Like, you try to actually experience and be curious about how your body feels, where you feel the fear, what you fear actually, and all of these things. So you try to stay very connected to your body, if that makes sense. But you still do what you want to do. And this is, like, with a lot of sort of, like, anxiety related things. This is essentially how you deal with it. Like, you don't give them, like, too much attention. And you're sort of like, okay, so I'm scared of this. Okay. Like, sort of like, good to know, but, like, this is not like a reality or something. It's also something where you don't want to get stuck in that thought of, like, why do I think that? I'm so weird, or, like, something is wrong with me, and, like, where is this coming from? And, like you can do that, like, sometimes to, like, if there's sort of like a traumatizing experience, which is, like, at the bottom of it or something, that can help in that moment. But you don't really want to interact with that, like, too much. Because if it's something like anxiety where, like, the realistic risk is sort of, like, fairly low, the thing you essentially want to get out of is that your body notices you did it and nothing happened. Because anxiety like this can feel very definitive. Like, it can feel like a factual statement of, like, this is gonna happen to you. Like, this is not only like a 2% chance, but this is gonna happen to you. And then what helps us to actually get over that anxiety is to face that fear to a certain amount we can face, because at some points we, like, can't face it in a way anymore where we are connected to our body, but we will always end up in, like, coping mechanisms or, like, suppress it or whatever. So we want to confront it to a point where we can deal with the fear and we can experience how our body feels. But at the same time, we're able to go through the experience and live and stick with that knowledge that what we thought would happen didn't happen. It actually turned out fine. And this fear that we had, maybe that like our emotions would overwhelm us or all of that, because a lot of the time it's like a lot of things coming together. Like it's not only the fear of like this specific situation, but it's also fear of like not being able to handle the consequences of that situation. For example, the emotional consequences, the stress, and so like all of that. And then it's also actually really nice to know like, okay, I was scared, but I actually just ended up being fine again as well. Like my fear just subsided after a certain time and it got better. And if you train in that way, where like you don't avoid things because of your fear and you do the things you want to do, but with being able to see the fear and acknowledge it, that's sort of the apparently, allegedly, to like what I know and have learned, the healthy way to go about it. But we need to be able to see those feelings and acknowledge them. We need to be in a state where we don't try to brush them under the carpet. We don't try to be like, no, I don't even feel them. But we want to be at a point where we notice our like bodily symptoms, for example, from feeling these feelings, and where we notice what the specific fear of it is, and where we're able to engage with that feeling still, but where we're still able to sort of do what we personally like to do, like where it doesn't stop us from living our life. Yeah. Hello there, I hope you're having a wonderful day. 6 months since my last dose of sertraline. Hoping to be back to normal in another 6 months. I hope with you as well. Be strong, Uncle Brian. I believe in you. Be sad, maybe cry, but not fall into depression. So like be able to feel emotions and not suppress them, but not let them take my mind and body over. Yeah. Because it's important to like be able to interact with our feelings. Because we're meant to survival, right? Like we're built for survival. And our fears are actually like a very sort of like low-key important part of survival, right? Like they make us like not jump off of like stupid heights and stuff like this. And like especially in the beginning of our lives, like they like make us live as much as possible, essentially, right? And like be safe. So it's important to like cooperate, because it's not like you're not just your head. You're not just your like logical being, if that makes sense. But you're what like you're also your body, and you have to work with your body. Do you fuck with ice climbers? I mean, you can be here as an ice climber for sure. Like, why wouldn't we? With the sole exception of Tom Cruise, who I guess doesn't feel fear, but rather excitement. I mean, everybody's a bit different, right? So to some people, something is going to be really scary, which to other people isn't scary at all. And then for some people, something else is going to be like really scary. Like there's no, like there's some logic to it, but also some things are like really random. And like we can't, or at least we can't grasp the knowledge anymore, right? Like we don't know, like maybe there's been some experience we sort of like can't see, can't understand. Like some people say like, oh, we're sort of we lived the life of like the people before us as well, and this is sort of the knowledge of that is still within us. And then like, of course, you can say like that, but it's like the end effect is like the same, right? Like you can't really like some things you can like go to like do trauma therapy and like treat like this specific situation, and for other things you can't, right? And with fear and anxiety, like I was always of this opinion that like, oh, you need to find like the specific situation where it started, and then you need to like treat that one, and then everything else is going to go away on its own. But my therapist actually told me that this is not really the case. Like with that sort of thing, we just sort of look at the result, and if the result is like not PTSD or anything, but just like literally just like anxiety, or of like, I don't know, you know, like that you're scared of like frogs or something, but to like a really heavy anxiety. But there's no, yeah, like there's no PTSD involved. Like it's just this abnormal fear, which is sort of ruining your life for you. It's the way we like do something against it is essentially by training ourselves to tolerate a certain amount of fear and engage with that fear to then shape new experiences with that topic we fear, which will give our brain like evidence that it's not as scary as we thought it's going to be, and then our anxiety levels are going to go down. So it's sort of like a thing where like in the beginning where the fear is like really big, it's like we put ourselves in a place where we can engage with a tiny part of this fear. So this is why like with anything like exposure therapy, you don't push the person into the water, okay? This is not how that's going to work. Like that's going to be super negative. But it's like you essentially want to be in a situation where you can interact with that fear, but to a point where it's not like paralyzing you or taking like it's like overwhelming you to like a crazy amount, right? Like you want to be able to like handle that emotion. Like you essentially want that to be a low-key positive experience. And like that doesn't necessarily need to mean that you're going to be like super happy after like that exposure therapy, because exposure therapy is like exhausting, right? And it's like scary, so it's not gonna like it's probably not gonna be a situation where you're like afterwards like, oh yeah, I did it. Like it can still be just very scary, but it's like a way of like you want to be able to handle it. So you sort of like check how can you interact with that fear to a level which feels approachable to you. And then you want to experience that fear and want to be in that position and handle that fear and give your body the experience that it handled the fear and everything turned out fine. Like not maybe like it survived, like that's sort of the peak end effect. And that you were able to like, you know, maybe you cried or whatever, but then like you were able to get calm again, calm down, and all of this. And then you made one experience, which what you use as evidence of like, okay, maybe this is actually like, you know, not as scary as we thought. Like we were like really scared, like we thought like we would die or something, but actually like nothing really happened. So like, you know, and then like it's only like one experience. So now your body is like, instead of like 100% sure, now your body's like 99% sure it's shit. So it's not like big, you know, but then you just do the same thing again, and doing the same thing again like seems a bit easier, right? Because like you did it once before already, like this specific thing. So like this should be like, this should add a little bit to like it feeling safer. And this is how you sort of like, the more experiences you get, the less anxious you will get. And then you like slowly work your way through this anxiety. For me, sometimes I feel pushed to the limit during exposure therapy, but I also think they have to push me because I will not go there on my own. Like there's different like types of exposure therapy, right? So there's like some exposure therapy you, for example, do with a professional on your side, which is probably the one you're talking about, where I feel like in that specific situation, like the evaluation of like what you can do and can't do is going to be different to the exposure therapy your therapist is like telling you to do on your own at home, right? So like the one you want to do like on your own at home is going to be like way less intense because they need to know that you're going to be able to handle that on your own at home, obviously. But for example, with like narrative exposure therapy, because they're right there with you and sort of can like see how you're doing, they can like go closer to your limit, right? Because they're like able to help you, but at the same time, they're also able to help you like afterwards. And it's like still narrative exposure therapy, for example, is something else because it's narratively. Then, for example, if you do like exposure therapy, I don't know, about frogs, and you're at the point where you actually like, I don't know, like look at frogs in like reality, right? So it's sort of like, it's a very, very individual thing. And I feel like even with like the narrative exposure therapy, it's just like if you notice that like it helps you, it serves the purpose, it works well, you know that's perfect, and then you know like why you do it. But if you notice like you did it a few times and you don't feel like it made things better, but it rather made things worse, then I would also talk about this with your professional, like with the therapist, right? And like also with narrative exposure therapy, like you should sort of like have a say in like what, like how much they push you, if that makes sense. Like with any exposure therapy, like the person needs to like agree to do it, right? Like there needs to be consent. IS7, how you doing? Welcome. I've cried every session, but in the end I feel a little better. Yeah. I mean, crying to a certain extent is like still like you're like we always see crying as sort of like or we easily interpret crying as failure, right? But crying is actually a very, very efficient way to regulate our emotions, right? So in the moment where we cry, our body's actually doing a pretty good job because we're regulating our emotions and we're feeling our emotions and we're connected to our body. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, with PTSD, it's definitely like, it's also about, I feel like with anxiety, it's like this, like sort of learning to like engage with that fear and then like get evidence that it's not as scary as we think, right? Like with PTSD, a lot of it is also to be able to process the emotions from back then and be able to let go of the emotional charge from back then and be able to let go of this of the meaning to our worldview and belief system it shaped. Why is it difficult for some people to try and cry when they're sad? I mean, there's a lot of different reasons, I think. I mean, it can be, of course, that you had like some sort of like rough childhood experience where you just like essentially learned that like crying is like not safe, right? Or that you won't get the care you want if you cry. Like there's certain things we learn as kids, and one big one is how we get our needs fulfilled, right? Because this is like our priority as a kid. And we're gonna learn and optimize and adjust to that very, very much. So for example, if we learn that like even if we hurt when we cry, we won't get the need fulfilled for safety, for example, we will probably stop crying. Like if we learn that if we cry, we get our need fulfilled, and that also works for like all other needs actually. We might cry in a situation where like it's not really makes sense to cry, but we just essentially learn that like crying is the easiest way to tell somebody I need a hug. And then we just cry every time we need a hug, you know? So we just learn different things. And this is, I think, like the easiest, or like one of the explanations. But then there's also, I think there's just, it's such an individual thing as well. So it like really depends on the person. But if it's just a thing of like, oh, it's like difficult, but they sort of do feel like crying, then I don't know. I just know for myself that was sort of like the reason like why crying to me is actually really hard. Because yeah, it just wasn't like crying wasn't the solution to get my needs fulfilled, but it was more counterproductive. Uh, yeah. Our childhood can have a lot of influence. Yeah. I guess like on average, yeah, it's probably easier for women to cry. But yeah, that's also just an average. There's a lot of women like me who just fall out of that because we grew up in a home where it was the same as for a lot of men with like toxic masculinity, that like crying is not allowed and not okay. So this is why sort of like I don't really like generalizations, because it's like there's like on average it's harder for men to cry than for the average woman maybe. But it's still, there's a lot of women where it's like really hard to cry for them, and there's a lot of men where it's like they had a good home, you know, it's like completely normal for them, like cry or not cry. So I think the way we sort of like connect best with society about this is just when we say like it makes sense why it's like easier for some people to cry than to others depending on their home, because then you can like easily connect to like any woman or man or they them or whoever, you know. Hey, Valiant. I don't think like this is mm, I don't think this is like that helpful either, right? Like I'm a 70s kid, so back then it was just different. It's like this is again sort of like an average thing. Like on average it probably was harder back then. But like does it like how does it help in that moment to connect to the people around you that on average is harder back then? Because in that moment you connect less to me, for example, because I'm not a 70s kid and I would still argue that was hard. Um, you know? Like specifically because yeah, it's like it's not an excuse. So like it's the same, like you could have the same shitty story today. Hmm. Damn, Judith. I'm really sorry for you. I think inner lip tattoo. I'm not sure because I'm not familiar with this, but I'm low-key excited that I think I know what it is. I think it's having a lip tattoo here. Right? Because this would be outer lip. Inner lip is here. And I've seen people have this. Like I've seen it, I think on some like rapper cover of some person having like a tattoo here. Probably hurts like hell. I thought it was upper here. Maybe? I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. I just wonder why no one will see it. How do you mean, Asta? What do you mean? I'm rewarding myself today with an energy. And by the way, how are you doing, Valiant? Welcome to the stream. Oh, why people get that? Because no one will see it? I don't know, to have a cool rap song cover where you can do like this. I don't know. Dentist will see it. Exactly. If you wanna like rizz up your dentist. I don't know, maybe just to prove yourself that you can stand for the pain or something. I don't know. Maybe as a secret code to get into a secret society. Password phrase. Inner lip tattoo. That's surely it. Trust me, guys. I mean, maybe you can just cover it up, Asta, or something. The floppy tattoo lip society. Oh my god, that sounds so bad. Happy Monday to you as well. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Actually, I have an interesting topic. I don't know. I don't like. I don't have an inner lip tattoo. I don't know why someone would get it. So, I have a bit bigger topic to talk about. Of like I was reading my psychology book, like the psychology like university course book, and there's a section which actually like explains our sympathetic and parasympathetic system, and also a section which explains how our neurons sort of like function and work. And it essentially says that there's like sort of how it has a section where it goes about how the different complexities of systems we have in animals, for example. So apparently one of the most simple animals is a sea anemone, because it's essentially just the same cell just replicating. Like there's no cell centers where like multiple like neurons like come together to like make decisions or whatever, but it's just the same replicating. And like all of it is like the same. And then there's sort of like this simple but not really complex animals. For example, like snails and stuff like this, where like they have certain centers of their body, certain areas of their body, where there's neurons sort of coming together, and where there's actually sort of like a bit of logic. It's very simple, it's very basic. But for example, it's like for like here goes the food in, and like having a sensor for like what food is edible or not, and having like a light sensor, like just like if it's bright or dark, and sort of like this, and then they're all like in very close proximity to each other just because it makes sense. So it's like a very, very simple system, and that is called a ganglia, apparently. And that ganglia is essentially making decisions, but it's not decisions where you would say like, okay, this is like, there's like a, I don't know, there's a soul or whatever. Like you wouldn't really, I guess, say that, because it's more like, oh, like there was wind, now we're gonna like flex that muscle, sort of like this. Like it's very, very deterministic, very straightforward. And then there are some animals, for example, like the cockroach, where for like the legs of the cockroach, apparently, and for example for the tail, it's like there's at the start of the tail or at the end of the tail, I'm not entirely sure, there's such a ganglia, and that one is essentially just like measuring if there's like there's sort of like little hairs, if there's like wind or something, and if there's any wind, it's just gonna flex, and like the cockroach is gonna like shoot off, and you're never gonna catch it. And then with humans and with our brain, there's like so many neurons coming together, and it turns into this very complex system. And this like very complex system is therefore slower to like such a like ganglia, because the ganglia is just like waiting for one signal of like there's wind from that specific hair or any movement on that specific hair, and then we're gonna flex that muscle and we're good to go. Like that's it's very easy to make that decision. Well, with our brains, there's so many different neurons we have, so many different signals we get, that it's actually sort of quite hard to make a decision, and it's quite slow sometimes to make a decision, even decisions which feel to us at least very instant. And I thought this was super interesting, because I personally didn't know that cockroaches have these ganglia which make the decisions for them. Like I thought they would have like a tiny brain, which is maybe very simple, but a tiny brain, which is going to interpret all of the information and then make the decision to run. But based on how they explained it, I don't think that's actually the case. I think essentially their tail is making the decision to shoot off in that moment where there's any wind, and like it's very like there's not like you can't train this animal to not do this behavior, because it's not a trained thing, because it's just based on that ganglia. Like no matter how long you try to like spend time on this cockroach, like it's always gonna have this behavior. And I thought that's super, super interesting, because we're a very big and complex system, right? And like, of course, we have our brain where we like actively think about decisions, but we also have a bunch of things where we don't think about these decisions. right? So for example, like with our like heart beating, like we don't like we can of course we can like control our breath. We can try to control our like anxiety or something like this. We can try to calm ourselves down. And therefore try to like lower our beats per minute. But we can't just make the decision and then it just happens that our heart is beating slower. So we sort of have some control, but not entirely. Damn. I don't even know, that's crazy. But yeah, there are so many parts of our body. So it made me think about how there's probably so many parts of our body where even for us, it doesn't matter how much you train it. But there's very little we can do about it. Or the only thing we can train about it is circumstantial things. Where then, for example, like a diver, like a free diver, can train how to like be like really good at having like a low heartbeat and like using less oxygen, being very calm, and like breathing in like as much as he can. So we can sort of train the circumstantial things, and we can train our system. For example, by like training like specific muscle groups over others, and sort of reducing the energy we need for certain things because there's less muscles in that area. And so with that, we can sort of optimize our system to do specific things better than others. But there's still so much about us which is just natural. And being scared, for example, of some things, right? Having fear of certain things. Having this need to survive and keep ourselves safe. That's a very natural thing. And I don't know, like sometimes we can question ourselves and our brains why we have certain intrusive thoughts, or why we get scared, or you know, we can so often be so unhappy with ourselves in that moment and be like, oh, I'm broken. Or like, why the fuck is this happening to me? This is making my life so much worse. Why am I depressed? It shouldn't be like that. But it's just, we can't control everything in our system. And there are certain things which have a good intention but can go wrong. For example, like having fear of certain things. Or having intrusive thoughts. And sort of like sometimes intrusive thoughts can just be essentially like simulations of threat, of like preparing for bigger evil or something. But it ends up torturing. Sometimes excessive avoidance behavior can start with actually just wanting to be safe. But it turns into something which then ruins our life. And I don't know, I feel like for me, because I'm like I'm more of like a hyper responsible person, also low-key perfectionistic. And then coming from this more, I guess, like autistic spectrum of like not having the best connection to my emotions and being like, okay, how the fuck does this work for other people? Okay, like how am I normal? How am I human? I feel like I so often made this mistake that I thought my thoughts is me and is everything about me. But it's not. Like, me is my body and my thoughts. And sometimes I would get so annoyed at myself and at my body for like not being able to do something or being wrong in something or standing in my way or something like that. Even though my body just did the best it could to protect me. And I just didn't want to cooperate. So I don't know, I feel like when we see it from that way, of like our body is meant to make us survive. Like our body is not necessarily meant to make us happy. It's meant to make us survive. Like that's a very like very different goal, right? And so for example, like our body, like being scared 100 times to make us like 100 times like useless, to catch that one time was actually true. In terms of survival, Loki makes sense. But in terms of happiness, it's not really helpful. Right? So I feel like it's actually really important to understand where we come from and what our sort of like, what the different goals for our system is. To then be able to find a really good middle ground. To then be able to find a very good sort of cooperative working mode. And apparently, for example, with like, with OCD, for example, OCD essentially starts because you, or like can start because you have like intrusive thoughts and you want to control them. And sort of like, or sort of with like anxiety as well. Like these like avoidance behaviors because of anxiety, like can be a way how you essentially try to gain control back. But there's just some things we can't control. And as far as I'm concerned, we can't really control intrusive thoughts. We can't really control like anxiety-related intrusive thoughts either. But when we then look back at the thing how I explained to you, how sort of like this exposure therapy for anxiety works, it's like, remember, it's like you have this big fear and you try to look for a way how you can engage and interact with that fear in a safe way. So you start with something like very, very small, which then gives you an evidence that like actually you probably don't die and it's actually sort of like low-key fine. And then all of a sudden now your brain is only like 99% sure that you're gonna die, not 100% anymore, because now you have one evidence, like one situation survive where you thought you were gonna die. So 1% chance this is gonna happen, 99% chance this is gonna happen. And if you go through that again and again, this possibility we see where we feel like, okay, this is gonna like go wrong, this is gonna kill us, it's gonna go down because our brain is still looking for evidence. It's like deciding based on evidence what we should do, because there is a logic system around that. It might not be like active aware logic, you know, but there's this like a very biologic, just a system which has been made from our birth essentially, and now it just sort of evolves. What's going on, Pokey? Why that, huh? Well, this chicken, thank you for the 1 bit. But exactly, when we then like change these, so we can't change the anxiety, but we can change how much evidence our body feels like this is, like if this anxiety is true or not, or if this is necessary and helpful in that moment. Because we know it wants us to survive. So if we engage with that anxiety and with that fear to a little bit and show our body actually we don't die, And then we do that more and more and more and more, even though it's scary in that moment. And we just do it like to a point where we can feel like we can safely interact with that fear, right? It's gonna slowly but surely lose the evidence and therefore the motivation to actually make us anxious in that regard, because it doesn't make sense anymore, right? Because like it learned for survival, like we survived so many times already, like it wouldn't make sense actually to waste the energy on that, because this doesn't seem to be a huge threat anymore. So this is essentially how we can influence ourselves in that way. And the fun thing is, this is also something we know from like mood levels as well. Like our moods, and like if you feel anxious in a moment or scared, it's going to influence like what we see in the world. Like our expectation is going to influence what we see in the world. And so, for example, there's like one study where, let me check if I have that ready. Nope. So this article is called Invisible Scars, and it's talking about an experiment where they like put a scar on participants' face. Like not an actual scar, like a makeup scar, right? And they told them to like go into public with that scar and sort of like then report back on like how they felt, like if other people judged them or not, if they had like a negative experience, and like if they feel like people treated them different because of that scar. And then before they left, they like removed that scar without the participants knowing. So the participants essentially been going out there looking exactly the same as before, but they thought they had a scar, like a very visible scar in their face. And they came back and reported that like, yeah, they treated me so different. And like people were like rude or whatever. So our expectations actually change so much how we interpret information. And yeah, like we interpret information based on like making sure we survive, and based on like keeping ourselves safe and protecting ourselves. But we like our thoughts do influence that system. So it's sort of like a give and take between this like very passive and sort of more like intuitive, natural feeling of like, yeah, like what type of anxieties we have, what like how many intrusive thoughts we have, like how our mental state is, how we interpret the people around us, like all of this. And then at the same time, like, yeah, just wait. Did I already put both in one basket on the left side now? I think I lost it. But you know what I mean. It's like the system we feel like we can't actively influence, which is very natural, is influenced by our aware, like self-aware thoughts and expectations. So we can't change anything, like everything, but we can change some things. I know this is true, but as someone who has studied genetics, it shouldn't have been something we evolved with, as traits are passed on if we reproduce. The evolution should have added nuance this mechanism, because plenty of people get the trauma and keep the trauma. I don't know what the baskets are, but I know everything. Okay. Something we evolved because traits are passed. Are you are you just like essentially like shitting on evolution? Like you should have done better. Like what the fuck? Is this like what you were saying right now? Like, like this is correct, but fucking sucks, bro. Yeah. But yeah, you're correct. Like we're based on like we're still based on survival in that sense. And not sort of like focused on happiness. So yeah, sometimes it can be like super counterintuitive, right? But the thing is, evolution takes so freaking long. Like, I just want to point that out. Evolution takes forever, bro. Like, the last couple hundred years, like, imagine, like, look at the world, how much it changed, how much our life changed. Like, even now, we don't have, like, food safety for everybody and stuff like this. So you could argue, like, oh man, like, it should have actually, like definitely focused more on, like, long-term living and, like, society, social aspects, whatever, you know? But since when has this been important? With the sort of essentially like entitlement that like food safety is not as important anymore, you know? It's fairly recent. Like this like internet only like started to exist like, a couple of years ago, you know? Like it's really insane how much progress and how much the world changed in the last years, and it's still going, right? Like, I mean, talk to your parents how much the world changed, like what didn't exist and what already existed. What was normal when they were kids, and what is normal for us now? Like, we're changing so freaking much. It's crazy. Yeah, see, but this is not even 100 years, bro. And evolution is talking about like this so many years. And thank you for the follow, Mr. Scalar. Welcome, welcome. Is trauma genetic or environmental? There's something called epigenetic trauma, a really interesting read. Where like apparently like some of the trauma is actually like being passed down to us through our genes. And that's only one part though. Then there's like other things about like, so there's like a bunch of people who like suffer, like go through potentially traumatizing experience but don't get traumatized. And then there's a few who do get traumatized from these traumatic experiences. And I don't think we have like a complete consensus so far of why that is. I think there can be like from what I know, there can be like a genetic predisposition. For example, like for depression, anxiety, and all of that. And that also then influences how well you're able to handle like traumatic experiences. There's a big social component there as well, like how supported you are. So for example, like if you have like a really supportive system around you, it's actually like unlikely that you're gonna end up like with like PTSD, for example. So there's like a bunch of different things coming together, and you can't 100% say beforehand. But it's definitely really interesting. We're talking parents again. Do you not like to talk about parents, guy with anxiety? Internet for the public was early 90s. Yeah, and then people had to like get a PC and all that shit. Like internet like we know today with like when did YouTube start? And like when did YouTube start to get big actually? Like there's so many like there's so much evolution through like how the internet was used as well, right? So yeah. YouTube is only 21 legal to drink in the US now. Yeah. And then remember the beginning of YouTube? Like where it was like Minecraft Let's Plays and like really like these weird like fun videos of like sort of like meme videos, but they were like really shitty, like uncut. Just like uploads of people doing stupid shit and stuff. And then we moved on to having these like compilation videos of like 10 ways to like high five your classmate, and then like the personality it means you are, and then the cool dude, like, you know. Do you remember that part of YouTube as well? Yeah. Exactly. It kind of like I feel like it's not necessarily needs to be like nature versus nurture in the trauma discussion, but it's just, yeah, there's a lot of different possibilities, and so it can come from a lot of different reasons. And we can't like say what specifically, but it's also not entirely useful to like know where specifically. At least as it is right now in terms of like treatment, I think. Because we essentially like have studies which like show us that for like certain behaviorisms, certain treatment plans just work no matter where it actually comes from. I remember YouTube when it didn't have ads. Yeah, I mean, but with literacy, like, I don't know, like how specifically you mean it right now, but just like, yeah, being able to like decipher what information is correct and what isn't, and like be able to like see like fake news for what they are, for example, and understand complicated topics and stuff like this. It's also like nowadays so much harder, right? Like with AI and everything. Like some AI is like very obvious, but then other AI is like really good actually. And we're not making it easy for people. Like if we're talking about sort of like media literacy. I think trauma is obviously completely aside from genetics. Trauma is explicit reaction to event or external condition. I do sort of like have to disagree there, John Romero. Like I do understand where you're coming from, completely, and I agree that this is like sort of the first or this like gut feeling I had to this topic as well. But like there's a lot of people who don't get traumatized from traumatic experiences. And then there's people who do, right? So it's not like